Chapter 1. The Sermon of the Gentle Sleep. The world was wood dust and the comforting pressure of a million bodies. It was the scent of generations, a dry and musty perfume of shed skins, of ancient decay, of life. For Cricket, reality was the constant, soft tremor of the colony, the lifeblood of the great organism dwelling within the walls of the god's chamber. His universe was a space between spaces, a darkness dense with the vibrations of his kin. Before the coming of the voice, there was only the great hum of the cold sky, the massive white monolith that chilled the air, and the sporadic, angry roar of the drain maw. Life was simple. It was a cycle of darkness and light, hunger and satiation, survival. Then the voice arrived. It came without warning. Not a roar or a hum, but a low, rhythmic vibration that resonated through the very bones of the chamber. It shook the floorboards, trembled up the walls, and seeped into the colony's shared consciousness. The first time it happened, panic erupted. A wave of frantic energy pulsed through the nest. Scouts skittered, antennae twitching wildly. The deep queen in her protected cavern ceased her endless production for a moment, disturbed by the new rhythm. But the new vibration was not aggressive. It was measured. It was deep. And it happened every cycle of darkness. Cricket was different. Others perceived the vibration as a simple disturbance, a new environmental hazard to be noted and avoided. Cricket perceived pattern. He perceived cadence. He perceived something akin to meaning in the rising and falling tones. He was a young roach, his chitin still holding the sheen of a recent molt, but his antennae were preternaturally sensitive. While his brethren huddled or scurried, Cricket would crawl to the thinnest part of the wall, a spot where the wood was soft with rot, and he would listen. He became an interpreter of these divine emanations. He became a prophet. Tonight the voice began again. The low tremor started, and a hush fell over the part of the colony that had come to revere it. Cricket made his way to his usual listening post. The god was seated. The subtle scrape of the chair legs on the linoleum planes was the opening hymn. A soft clink of glass on wood followed, the sacred vessel being prepared. Cricket settled himself, pressing his entire body against the wood. The voice spoke. It was a calm, level tone, a vibration of pure control. There was no anger, no sorrow. It was the sound of a story being told to an empty room. Arthur Penwright stared at the single, pearlescent button he had placed in the center of his kitchen table. It was small, taken from the cuff of a woman's blouse. A simple object, an anchor. He took a sip of water. The liquid was cool against his throat. He began to speak, his words measured, his voice barely above a whisper, yet each syllable was sharp and clear in the profound silence of his small home. "The preparation is paramount," he said to the salt shaker, his only confidant. "Haste is the mother of failure." She did not understand this. She was all impulse and noise. He paused, remembering the woman's frantic energy, her careless laughter that always grated on his nerves. She believed happiness was a loud thing, a bright, messy thing. Inside the wall, Cricket's antennae vibrated in perfect sync with the waves of sound. He did not understand the words, the specific phonemes of the human tongue. He understood the emotional resonance. He understood the vibration of absolute certainty, of meticulous order. He turned from the wall and faced the small congregation of roaches huddled in the darkness behind him. He began his own sermon, translating the god's intent through a series of clicks and frantic, precise antenna movements. Listen, his clicks communicated. The god speaks. It tells us of the great design. It tells of a time of chaos, a time of loudness and disorder. Arthur ran a finger around the rim of his water glass. The substance was chosen with care, odorless, colorless. It offers no warning. It is a quiet solution for a loud problem, a simple addition to her evening tea, a ritual she never missed. Cricket's body twitched, translating the pure, cold logic of the vibration. The god brought order from the chaos. He clicked, his movements becoming sharper. It brewed a great calm, a holy silence. It gifted this calm to the disorder, a gentle offering in a warm pool. She complained of a headache, Arthur continued, his voice devoid of any emotion. She blamed the weather. She lay down on the sofa. There was no struggle, no noise, just a gradual slowing, a subsidence, like a tide going out. He looked at the button. It was peaceful, an ending befitting the solution, a gentle transition from noise to silence. Cricket's sermon reached its zenith. His antennae drew elegant, soothing patterns in the air. The god has granted the gentle sleep. He communicated to his followers, a gift to the unworthy. To be noisy is to be flawed. To be loud is to invite chaos. The god's greatest blessing is the silence, a final, perfect peace. It is the path to grace. The gathered roaches twitched their antennae in understanding. The myth was beautiful. It was comforting. Their god was a being of order, a deity who brought peace to a chaotic world. They felt a collective sense of security. From the edge of the small crowd, another roach pushed forward. It was Rust Spot. Her chitin was a dull, mottled brown, scarred from numerous skirmishes. One of her antennae was shorter than the other, ending in a blunt tip. She was a creature of the physical world, a believer only in what she could taste or touch. Fables, she clicked sharply, her sound a dissonant rasp against the pious quiet. The prophet spins fables while the colony starves. She gestured with her good antenna towards the deeper nest. The egg clutches are thin. The last foraging party lost two to the sticky flats. The god's voice does not fill our bellies. A murmur went through the crowd. Rust Spot's words were sacrilege, but they were also true. The sweet-smelling traps Arthur had placed had claimed many. Foraging had become a deadly gamble. Cricket faced her. The god provides what we need, not what we want, he clicked, repeating a line that Chitter Mandible, the self-appointed high priest, had praised him for creating. It provides us with meaning, with purpose. Purpose does not regenerate a lost leg, Rust Spot shot back. Meaning does not dissolve the killing sweetness of the sticky flats. There is a new one near the cold sky. I smelled it. A great offering of sweetness that means only death. While you listen to vibrations, your kin are dying for a taste of something real. The debate was cut short by a new sound from the outside world. A sharp, final clink. Arthur Penwright placed his glass of water in the sink. He stood, his knees cracking softly. He picked up the pearlescent button from the table, but instead of putting it away, he walked over to the countertop, the great white plane that separated the floor world from the upper world of the cupboards. He placed the button near the edge, a tiny white speck on a vast expanse. Then he turned and left the kitchen. The light clicked off. The cycle of darkness was complete. Silence returned, but it was a different kind of silence now. It was filled with the weight of the night's sermon and with Rust Spot's bitter truths, and it was dominated by a new, impossible reality. A holy relic now lay in the open. A piece of the sermon, a physical manifestation of the God story of the gentle sleep, was within their reach. Cricket stared through his listening post, his compound eyes fixing on the tiny object. It seemed to glow in the faint light filtering from under the door. It was a sign. It was proof. He had to have it. It was the colony's salvation. A gift, Cricket clicked, his voice filled with an awe that momentarily silenced all dissent. The God has left us a gift, a piece of the silence itself. Rust Spot followed his gaze, her multifaceted eyes narrowing. She saw no gift. She saw a useless piece of inedible, non-threatening matter, a distraction, a fool's errand. It is nothing, she clicked, her tone flat. A piece of non-food. Our focus should be on the new trap, on the dwindling supply of crumbs behind the stove, on survival. But no one was listening to her. Every roach who could get a vantage point was staring at the relic. The prophet had been validated in a way that had never happened before. The gods' myths were not just vibrations. They were real. Deep within the nest, Chittermandible began a slow, rhythmic clicking, a chant of praise. Others joined him. The religion had its first miracle. Cricket felt a surge of terrifying vindication. His interpretations were correct. His God was real and had rewarded his faith. Yet as the chanting grew louder, a cold certainty settled in his gut. Getting the relic would not be a simple matter of foraging. It would be a pilgrimage, a holy quest across the most dangerous territory in their world. And he, the prophet, would be the one expected to lead it. He looked at the vast, sterile countertop and then at Rust Spot's defiant posture. The god had given them a gift, but in doing so, it had also given them the seeds of a holy war. Chapter 2: The Relic and the Slime. The debate raged for the entire period of light. The god's chamber was bright and still, the world outside the walls dormant. Inside, the colony was a schism in the making. Chittermandible, his chitin dark and thick with age, had taken over the religious proceedings. He stood on a high point of dried plaster, his clicks loud and imperious. The prophet Cricket has shown us the truth. The voice is not mere vibration, it is creation. The relic on the high plane is the first word made solid. It is our covenant. His words stirred the faithful, a growing majority who saw the button as undeniable proof of their God's favor. They envisioned a new era of prosperity, where such gifts would be common. Rust Spot stood with her own faction in a lower, darker section of the nest. Her followers were the scarred veterans, the foragers who had lost legs in the sticky flats, the mothers whose egg clutches were half empty. A covenant of plastic, she rasped to her group, her voice low and contemptuous. Look at your young. Their shells are soft. Their limbs are weak. They need protein, not prophecies. The high priest speaks of a new era, I speak of the next darkness cycle. When the voice returns, will it fill your guts? Or will you starve while praying to a piece of trash? Cricket was trapped between them. The adulation of the faithful was a heavy cloak. Every click of praise was a stone added to the weight of expectation. Chittermandible wanted him to lead a grand procession across the countertop to retrieve the relic and install it in a shrine. The high priest saw it as a ceremony, a confirmation of his own power as the interpreter of the prophet's visions. Cricket saw it as a suicide mission. The countertop, the great white plains, was a death sentence. There was no cover. The sheer, smooth surface offered no purchase, no place to hide. A roach out there was visible, vulnerable. Worse, it was the domain of the wiping cloth, a monstrous entity, damp and smelling of harsh chemicals, that would periodically sweep across the landscape, leaving nothing but a sterile wasteland in its wake. He approached Rust Spot, a move that drew disapproving clicks from Chittermandible's followers. "The journey is too dangerous," Cricket communicated, his antennae lowered in a gesture of negotiation. "To send a procession would be a great sacrifice, a needless one." Rust Spot's multifaceted eyes regarded him with cold appraisal. "Sacrifice, profit, or waste? You have led them to this. You gave their fear a name and their hunger a story. Now they want their story to feed them. You are the one who must deliver." "I do not want to lead anyone to their death," Cricket insisted. "Then declare the relic worthless," Rust Spot challenged. "Tell them you were wrong. Tell them the voice is just noise and the button is just a button. End this madness." Cricket could not. The feeling he got when he listened to the voice, it was more than just vibration. It was a connection to a vast and powerful consciousness. The relic was proof of that connection. To deny it would be to deny the only truth he had ever known. A compromise was reached, brokered by the elder scuttler whose memory stretched back to the god before this god. A single scout would make the journey. One life risked, not dozens. All eyes turned to Flinch. He was young, his nerves a constant thrum of anxiety, but he was also the fastest runner in the colony. His legs were long, his reactions instantaneous. Flinch trembled under the collective gaze, his fear a palpable scent in the crowded space. But the will of the colony, amplified by the high priest's booming clicks, was absolute. He would be the pilgrim. As the next cycle of darkness began to fall, Flinch was brought to the precipice, a crack in the wall that overlooked the countertop. He was anointed with pheromones of bravery by Chittermandible, a ritual that only made him shake more violently. "Go," Cricket clicked gently, touching Flinch's back with his antenna. "Be swift. Do not stop. The god's eye is not upon the plains." He hoped it was true. Flinch scrambled over the edge and onto the white surface. He was a small, dark speck in an endless expanse. He paused for a terrifying second, then bolted. His legs were a blur, carrying him across the linoleum with incredible speed. The colony watched in breathless silence. He was halfway there. The relic seemed to grow larger in their vision, a pearl of immense value. Then the voice started. It was different tonight. The calm, methodical cadence was gone. In its place was a new vibration, a lower, more turbulent rhythm. It was the sound of a churning sea, of a deep and sorrowful weight. Arthur Penwright sat at his table, but tonight he did not look at an object. He stared at his own hands, turning them over and over. He remembered the struggle. He had not used poison this time. This death had been loud, messy, and wet. It had happened near water. It was a mistake, he whispered, his voice thick with a texture the roaches had never heard before. It was regret. You fought. You were not supposed to fight. The water. It gets everywhere. His voice broke on the last word. A tremor passed through his body, a shudder that vibrated through the table, the floor, and into the walls. Inside the wall, the colony recoiled. This was not a myth of order. This was a story of chaos, of struggle. Cricket felt a profound wrongness. The god was in pain. The god was unstable. Chitter Mandible's chanting faltered, his certainty shaken by the unfamiliar, agonizing vibration. On the countertop, Flinch froze. The sudden, violent shift in the world's vibration disoriented him. He was exposed, paralyzed by the sheer emotional force of the new sound. Arthur dragged a hand across his face. His cheek was wet. He thought of the cold, dark water of the river, the thrashing, the eventual horrifying stillness of the body sinking into the murk. So much water, he murmured. Near the sink, something was happening. Condensation, drawn by the new story's power, began to form on the cool metal. But it was not normal condensation. The droplets were heavy, thick, and oily. They merged, not into a clear puddle, but into a gelatinous, slow-moving blob. It shimmered with a faint, greasy luminescence, reflecting the dim kitchen light in a way that seemed to swallow it. The grief slime was born, a physical manifestation of Arthur's churning, drowning remorse. It began to move. It did not flow like water. It crept like an amoeba, extending a pseudopod of glistening sorrow and pulling its mass behind it. It left a trail that was not wet but cold, a profound, unnatural cold that seemed to suck the warmth from the air. The colony saw it. Their collective focus snapped from Flinch and the relic to the new, impossible creature. It was not alive in any way they understood. It had no legs, no eyes, no mouth, but it was moving with purpose. A lone forager, one of Rust Spot's own, had been hiding near the base of the faucet, seeking stray drops of water. It was a veteran roach named Carapace Shield, known for his thick shell and stolid demeanor. He saw the new thing and his instincts screamed at him. It was slow. It seemed harmless. Curiosity overrode his fear. He approached the edge of the slime, his antennae extended, trying to get a scent, a reading, some kind of information. His lead antenna touched the surface. Instantly, Carapace Shield stopped. His entire body locked. His antennae, which had been twitching with life, drooped and became still. His legs froze mid-stride. No death throes, no frantic struggle. It was a perfect, instantaneous cessation of being. He remained standing, a statue of a roach, his chitin suddenly dull, as if all the life had been sucked out of him, replaced by an infinite, crushing despair. A wave of pure terror washed through the colony and the wall. This was a new form of death, silent, absolute. Cricket stared, horrified. He had to give it a name. He had to place it within their mythology, or the sheer wrongness of it would shatter their minds. The god weeps, he clicked, the sermon coming to him in a rush of panicked inspiration. It weeps for the chaos. Its tears are not water, but pure sorrow. Do not touch the sorrow, or it will drown your spirit. The grief slime, oblivious, continued its slow, inexorable crawl. It oozed past the frozen form of Carapace Shield, its path directed by the strange psychic gravity of Arthur's narrative. It was moving away from the sink, across the countertop. It was moving towards Flinch, who was still frozen in terror. And beyond Flinch, its ultimate destination was clear. The grief slime, a creature of pure remorse, was heading directly for the relic, the button, a memento of a crime committed with cold, clean precision. The sorrow was seeking the silence. The colony could only watch, trapped in the wall. Rust Spot was rigid, her pragmatism shattered by the sight of her best soldier becoming a monument to an emotion. Cricket felt the foundations of his faith cracking. His God did not just create, it also grieved, and its grief was a creeping, silent plague upon their world. The chapter ended not with a bang, but with a slow, agonizing crawl. The grief slime oozed across the white plains, an inch at a time. Flinch, the terrified pilgrim, stood directly in its path, too scared to run. The colony's first holy quest had turned into its first encounter with a horror beyond their comprehension, a living emotion that threatened to consume the very symbols of their faith. Chapter 3: A Sermon of Rust and Fury. The paralysis that held the colony captive broke. It shattered into a million frantic clicks, a cacophony of terror that filled the spaces between the walls. Before them, the unthinkable was unfolding in dreadful slow motion. The grief slime, a tear from their god's own psyche, advanced upon their chosen pilgrim. Flinch remained rooted to the spot, a statue of fear. The holy relic, the first word made solid, lay just beyond him, its pearlescent surface seeming to dim in the face of the encroaching sorrow. "He is lost," clicked the elder scuttler, his voice a dry rasp of finality. "The sorrow claims him. The quest has failed." No, Cricket's clicks were sharp, cutting through the rising panic. He could not let this be the end of the story. The myth had to be stronger than the monster. The god tests him. It is a trial of spirit. Flinch must not touch the sorrow, he must move. But Flinch did not move. His legs trembled, but he was pinned by the sheer alienness of the moment. He was a creature of instinct, and his instincts had no answer for a creeping, sentient emotion. It was Rust Spot who acted. Pragmatism, shocked into silence by the grief slime's appearance, had returned with a vengeance. She saw not a test of faith, but a tactical problem. One of her foragers was dead. Another was about to be. She would not allow it. "He needs a new fear," she rasped, pushing past the stunned onlookers. She scrambled to the precipice overlooking the great white plains. "He needs a fear he understands." She did something blasphemous. She did something brilliant. She took a piece of loose plaster in her mandibles and flung it out onto the plains. It was a tiny pebble, but on the vast, silent countertop, its landing was a sharp tick that echoed in the kitchen. The sound broke Flinch's trance. He flinched, his body reacting to the noise. His head darted around, searching for the source of the sound, for a predator he could comprehend. He saw nothing, but the spell was broken. His legs unlocked. He looked forward and saw the grief slime, now only a few body lengths away. Its cold aura washed over him, a psychic chill that threatened to freeze his limbs once more. "Run!" screamed Cricket from the wall, his clicks desperate. "The relic!" boomed Chitter Mandible, his ambition overriding his fear. "Do not abandon the covenant." Flinch was caught between two impossible commands. He looked at the approaching slime, then at the shining button just beyond it. His mind, already stretched thin, was tearing apart. In a spasm of pure, unthinking panic, he did the only thing that made sense to his terrified brain. He ran sideways. He did not advance. He did not retreat. He bolted, a dark streak moving parallel to the precipice, heading away from both the slime and the sink, towards the unknown territories at the other end of the counter. He vanished from their sight, scurrying behind a block of wood that held sharp, gleaming objects, the knife mountain, a place no roach ever went. The quest was a catastrophic failure. The pilgrim was lost and the relic remained unclaimed. The grief slime, its path to Flinch now clear, did not alter its course. It continued its slow crawl towards the button. The voice, which had been a low thrum of sorrow, began to change again. The grief was hardening. The soft, wet sounds of remorse were drying up, replaced by a new vibration, a brittle and sharp-edged feeling. Arthur Penwright stood up from his table. The wave of regret had passed, leaving behind the bitter sediment of anger. It was her fault, he stated to the silent kitchen. His voice was no longer thick with emotion, it was sharp like cracking stone. She was weak. She panicked. She pulled me down with her. He walked to the sink and turned on the tap, the sudden rush of water a violent roar to the listeners in the wall. He washed his hands with a furious energy, scrubbing at a stain that was not there. Weakness is a contamination. It must be scoured. It must be burned away. He shut off the water. He walked over to the stove, his movements now precise and angry. He opened a small door beneath the main oven, the broiler. With a click, a row of tiny blue flames sputtered to life. A wave of dry, intense heat washed into the kitchen. The all-cleansing warmth. Cricket clicked, recognizing the vibration from a previous sermon, a story of arson, of purification through fire. The God is no longer weeping. It is angry. It will burn away the chaos. The grief slime reacted to the change. The heat from the broiler seemed to halt its advance. It shimmered, its gelatinous body seeming to tighten. The sorrowful cold it emanated was now fighting against the radiating heat. It was pinned between two divine emotions, the cold grief of the water death and the hot fury of the fire purification. The colony watched, mesmerized. A battle of gods was taking place on the great white plains. But Rust Spot was not watching the spectacle. Her focus was on her dead soldier, Carapace Shield, still standing frozen by the faucet. She had to know what had happened to him. She needed data, not myth. Disregarding the warnings of Chitter Mandible, she left the safety of the wall and scurried onto the countertop, giving the grief slime a wide berth. She approached Carapace Shield's frozen form cautiously. She extended her one good antenna, probing the air around him. There was no scent of death, no scent of decay. There was only the profound, soul-crushing cold of the slime's trail. She nudged his leg with her head. He was solid, hard as stone. She nudged him again, harder. With a dry, brittle crack, Carapace Shield's leg broke off. It fell to the counter, a hollow piece of chitin. He was not dead, he was emptied, a husk. The sorrow had consumed his spirit, leaving only the shell. A new kind of fear, cold and intellectual, settled over Rust Spot. This was a weapon unlike any she had ever conceived. It did not crush or chew or poison. It erased. Suddenly her attention was drawn by a scent. Faint but undeniable, the smell of scorched sugar. She followed it, her instincts overriding her fear. It led her towards the far end of the counter, past the knife mountain where Flinch had disappeared. There, tucked away behind a large ceramic jar, was a new sticky flat. But this one was different. It had been placed too close to the edge of the stove, and a small part of it had been browned by the heat. The scorched section was no longer sticky. It was a brittle bridge of blackened sugar, spanning a small portion of the deadly trap. Her mind, always working, saw an opportunity, a path through death. At that moment, the voice spoke its final words for the night. The angry vibration reached a crescendo. Arthur slammed the broiler door shut. The sudden bang shook the kitchen. "It will be clean," he declared. He turned, his face a mask of cold resolve, and left the room. Darkness fell once more. In the sudden silence, the grief slime began to move again. Freed from the opposing force of the heat, it resumed its slow crawl towards the relic. The colony watched, their brief hope extinguished. It would reach the button. The sorrow would consume the silence. Cricket felt a deep despair. Their first miracle was about to be unwritten. But then a new movement caught their attention. It was Rust Spot. She was not retreating to the safety of the wall. She was moving with purpose, skirting the edge of the countertop, her path taking her towards the new sticky flat. "What are you doing?" clicked Cricket, his transmission a mixture of fear and confusion. Rust Spot did not turn. "The prophet wants his miracle," she sent back, her clicks sharp and clear in the silence. "The pragmatist will deliver it. You have your myths. I have my methods." She reached the scorched trap. Without hesitation, she stepped onto the narrow bridge of burned sugar. She moved quickly, her legs sure on the brittle surface. She crossed the deadly expanse of the sticky flat, a chasm of certain death, and reached the other side. She was now on the same side of the counter as the relic, with the grief slime between her and her goal. She did not approach the slime. Instead, she found what she was looking for, a stray bottle cap, a disc of metal left on the counter. It was heavy, but she was strong. She gripped it with her mandibles and began to push it. It was a slow, arduous process. She was not a prophet moved by faith, but a worker moved by grim necessity. She pushed the bottle cap towards the grief slime. She did not intend to attack it. Her plan was far more practical. The slime was slow, she was fast, and she was about to change the landscape. She angled her approach perfectly. With a final mighty heave, she shoved the bottle cap so that it rolled right into the grief slime's path. The slime, mindless and implacable, did not stop. It simply oozed up and over the new obstacle, its form stretching and contorting. But the bottle cap was an incline, a ramp. The grief slime, having crested the metal disc, began to ooze down the other side. Its own slow, gravitational movement was now amplified. It picked up a marginal, almost imperceptible amount of speed. But more importantly, its trajectory had been altered by a few crucial degrees. It was no longer heading directly for the relic. It would miss. It would pass by, a mere body length away, a creeping tide of sorrow that would leave the button untouched on its sterile shore. Rust Spot stood back, her antennae twitching with grim satisfaction. She had faced a god's tear and diverted it with a piece of trash. The colony watched in stunned silence. The high priest had no chant for this. The prophet had no sermon for this. It was an act of pure, blasphemous, brilliant engineering. Rust Spot had not just saved the relic. She had proven that the gods of the kitchen and their subsequent horrors could be understood, predicted, and even outmaneuvered. The age of myth, Cricket realized with a terrifying jolt, was over. The age of science had just begun. Chapter 4: The Schism. The aftermath of the miracle was not piety, but a profound and unsettling silence. The grief slime, having been subtly redirected by Rust Spot's bottle cap, continued its crawl across the plains. It moved with the same inexorable slowness, but its path was now altered. It oozed past the holy relic, its cold aura washing over the button without touching it, like a wave passing a stone. It eventually reached the edge of the countertop, and with a final, cohesive stretch, it dripped over the side, falling into the unseen abyss of the floor world. It was gone. On the plains, the relic remained, shining and untouched. The frozen, empty husk of Carapace Shield stood as a grim monument by the sink, and Rust Spot, the architect of the impossible victory, began her triumphant return, skirting the great dangers of the plains with a newfound confidence. She did not use the burned bridge on the sticky flat this time. She found another way, a path behind the knife mountain, finally reappearing at the precipice. A hero returned from the land of gods and monsters. Her re-entry into the nest was met not with cheers, but with a tense, conflicted quiet. She had saved the relic, the object of their sudden, fervent faith. But she had done so using logic and refuse, entirely divorced from the religious narrative spun by Cricket and Chitter Mandible. She had not prayed or chanted. She had calculated. The implications of her success were a seismic shock to the colony's new social order. Chitter Mandible was the first to react. His power base was threatened not by failure, but by a success he could not claim. The god, in its infinite wisdom, provided our sister with the tools for her task. He boomed, trying to reframe the event. It placed the metal disc. It hardened her will. All glory is to the voice who works through the limbs of its faithful. His followers took up the chant, a desperate attempt to absorb this secular miracle into their dogma. But the effort felt hollow. They had all seen it. Rust Spot had not looked like a vessel of the divine. She had looked like a veteran forager solving a problem. Rust Spot ignored him. She walked through the crowd which parted before her and went directly to Cricket. "You have your bauble, prophet," she clicked, her tone flat and devoid of triumph. "My price is the truth." "The truth," Cricket echoed, his antennae drooping. "Carapace Shield is not asleep in the god's grace," she stated, her voice sharp enough to cut through the lingering chants. "He is a shell. His spirit, his life, whatever you wish to call it, was consumed. The god's sorrow is a predator. The voice is not a loving creator. It is a thing that spawns monsters. These are the facts. This is the truth. Tell them." Cricket was trapped. The entire colony was looking at him, waiting for his interpretation, his new sermon that would make sense of the night's events. On one side was Chitter Mandible, demanding a myth of faith and divine intervention. On the other was Rust Spot, demanding an empirical truth of monsters and dangerous gods. He looked at the faces in the crowd. He saw the desperate need for comfort in the eyes of the faithful. He saw the hard, cynical agreement in the eyes of Rust Spot's faction. To choose a side was to fracture the colony, perhaps permanently. His gaze drifted to the precipice, to the shining speck of the relic on the plains. It was still out there. It was safe, but it was not yet theirs. The quest was incomplete. "The god shows us many faces," Cricket began, his clicks slow and deliberate, buying himself time. "Tonight we saw its sorrow, and we saw its ingenuity. Rust Spot was its instrument just as the sorrow was its tear. Both are divine. Both are part of the great story. It was a weak compromise, an attempt to placate both sides that satisfied neither." Chittermandible seized on the first part. "Yes, an instrument, all praise." Rust Spot scoffed. "I am my own instrument, prophet. My mind is my own. Admit what you saw, a monster. Admit that faith was useless against it." The argument was interrupted by the return of another lost soul. A weak scratching sound came from behind the knife mountain. A moment later, Flinch stumbled into view. The young pilgrim was alive, but he was not the same. His movements were jerky, his antennae twitching uncontrollably. He had spent the entire time cowering in the shadow of the great knives, trapped between the grief slime and the precipice. He had been bathed in the vibrations of pure, undiluted sorrow, and then searing anger for a prolonged period. His mind, already fragile, had been scarred. He scurried back into the safety of the nest, babbling in disjointed clicks. The cold, it eats the sound, it eats the light. Then the fire that freezes. No, the cold that burns, it's all wrong, upside down. He collapsed into a trembling heap, his sanity a casualty of the night's theological war. His state was a stark and disturbing testament. It lent credence to Rust Spot's claims. This was not the result of a divine blessing. This was trauma. The colony devolved into factions. The faithful, led by Chittermandible, gathered around the gibbering Flinch, trying to interpret his mad clicks as a form of holy prophecy, a direct message from the tormented god. The pragmatists, now growing in number and confidence, gathered around Rust Spot, who was already formulating a plan to retrieve the relic using purely mechanical means, seeing it now not as a holy object, but as a symbol of her victory over superstition. The Great Schism had begun. There were now two colonies living in the same walls, the Church of the Voice and the Logic clan. Cricket belonged to neither. He had created the religion, but he could no longer blindly believe in its comforting myths. The emptiness of Carapaceshield's shell and the broken mind of Flinch were undeniable facts, yet he could not embrace Rust Spot's cold, godless world. The connection he felt to the voice was real. The power was real. He was a prophet whose God had been revealed to be both a creator and a destroyer, a being of profound order and terrifying emotional chaos. The next period of light was the most tense the colony had ever experienced. The two factions kept to themselves, communicating in low, suspicious clicks. Chittermandible's followers spent the time fasting and chanting. Rust Spot's clan did the opposite. They organized foraging parties, using new, coordinated tactics to raid the pantry, testing for traps and mapping routes with a scientific rigor they had never possessed before. They were successful, returning with more food than the colony had seen in many cycles. Their success was a powerful argument against the efficacy of prayer. As darkness began to fall again, Rust Spot assembled a team at the precipice. They carried fibers pulled from a discarded dishcloth and small, hardened lumps of grease. They were preparing a rigging system to rappel down to the relic, secure it, and haul it up. It was an audacious plan, a feat of engineering that would have been unthinkable 2 nights ago. Chittermandible watched them, his antennae rigid with fury. Sacrilege, he boomed. The relic must be approached with reverence, not with ropes and filth. You will anger the god, you will bring ruin upon us all. Rust Spot ignored him, overseeing the preparations. Secure the anchor, she instructed a member of her team. Just as her team was about to begin their descent, the voice returned. The vibration that filled the kitchen tonight was different yet again. It was not calm. It was not sorrowful. It was not angry. It was agitated. It was the sound of nervous energy, of packing, of a mind working at a furious pace. Arthur Penwright did not sit at his table. He paced back and forth across his kitchen floor, his footsteps a restless, jarring rhythm. He was planning. The last 2 episodes, the quiet poisoning and the messy drowning, had been flawed. The first left a token, the button. The second was born of passion and left a storm in his mind. He needed to return to his roots. He needed precision, control, artistry. A new project, he muttered to himself, his voice a low, excited hum. Something elegant, something that requires assembly. He opened a drawer and pulled out a small, intricate toolkit, the kind used for watch repair. He laid out tiny screwdrivers, forceps, and clamps on the table. No mess, no emotion, just parts and a design. The new vibration filled the wall nest. It was a complex polyrhythmic sound, full of tiny, sharp clicks and a low, driving hum of intense concentration. Cricket, listening from his solitary post, felt a new kind of terror. This was not the sermon of a storyteller or the confession of a penitent. This was the vibration of a craftsman preparing to work. The god was not recounting the past. It was planning the future. On the countertop, Rust Spot's team froze, startled by the new rhythm. And then a new element was introduced. Arthur opened a cupboard and took out a box. The roaches could smell it instantly. It was a scent they knew, a scent that was encoded into their genetic memory as a threat. The scent of other insects, but this was different. It was old, dry, the scent of dead, preserved bodies. Arthur emptied the box onto the table. It was a collection of large, exotic beetles, moths with breathtaking wingspans, and long, menacing-looking centipedes. An entomologist's collection. He picked up a large, iridescent beetle with a pair of forceps. He picked up a tiny, gleaming screwdriver. "We begin with the chassis," he whispered, his voice vibrating with creative glee. In the wall, the two factions stared at each other, their petty squabbles about faith and logic suddenly meaningless. The god of the kitchen was awake, and it was taking apart their distant cousins with the precision of a watchmaker. A new sermon had begun, a sermon of rust and fury, of chassis and design, and they were all about to become part of its terrible art. Chapter 5. The Sermon of Scattered Parts. The scent that wafted from the god's table was a symphony of horrors. It was the smell of kin, but fundamentally wrong. A dry, dusty aroma of death, tinged with the sharp, alien scent of preserving chemicals. It was a smell of desecrated graveyards, and it silenced every roach in the nest. The burgeoning civil war between faith and logic evaporated, replaced by a single, unifying terror. On the Great White Plains, Rust Spot's engineering team abandoned their ropes and rigs. They scurried back to the precipice and tumbled into the safety of the wall, their mission forgotten. Even Rust Spot, for the first time, seemed unnerved. Her pragmatism had no framework for this. This was not a monster spawned from emotion like the grief slime. This was a calculated, creative act of mutilation. It was intelligent. It was personal. The voice hummed its new, terrible rhythm of concentration. It was punctuated by tiny, sharp clicks and scraping sounds that vibrated through the floorboards, the sounds of the gods' tools at work. Arthur Penwright leaned over his table, a jeweler's loupe pressed to one eye. The world swam into magnified focus. The iridescent shell of the Goliath beetle was a landscape of microscopic pits and valleys. With the delicate precision of a surgeon, he used a tiny, sharp tool to pry at the seam where the beetle's head met its thorax. There was a faint crack as the dried cartilage gave way. A crack cricket clicked, translating the sound for the huddled masses. His role as prophet had snapped back into terrifying relevance. The breaking of the first seal, the god dismantles the world. His words were no longer comforting myths. They were stark, panicked reportage. He was no longer interpreting the past. He was live translating an apocalypse. Chitter Mandible, his own authority shattered, could only echo Cricket's proclamations. He dismantles the world. We are undone. The priest's faith, it turned out, was only for a god of order and mysterious blessings, not for one of active, creative malevolence. Arthur worked meticulously. He detached the beetle's legs one by one, laying them out in neat, symmetrical rows. He removed the wings, placing them beside the legs. He disarticulated the thorax from the abdomen. He was not destroying it. He was deconstructing it, creating a palette of insectoid parts. Next, he took a large Luna moth and, with the gentleness of a lover, detached its magnificent pale green wings. He placed them next to the beetle's armored chassis. The scent of the dead moth, different from the beetle, drifted into the wall. It was a powdery, softer scent of death, but no less horrifying. A second scent, a second breaking. Cricket reported, his own body trembling in time with the god's focused energy. The god takes the wings from the sky dancers. He grounds them. He plucks the limbs from the armored crawlers. He cripples them. Rust Spot listened, her mind racing. This was not random destruction. This was assembly, or rather disassembly for the purpose of a new assembly. She watched her clan members, the hard-nosed pragmatists, huddled and shivering with the same primal fear as the most devout of Chitter Mandible's followers. Her logic, her science, had explained away the grief slime. But how could it explain this? This was art. This was intelligent design, twisted into a nightmare. Her worldview, built on the premise of a chaotic, unthinking environment, was cracking at the foundations. The environment, it seemed, had a mind. For the first time since the schism began, she looked at Cricket not as a rival, but as the only source of information they had. He was their sole sensory organ, their only window into the mind of the force that was about to remake their world. A new sound joined the symphony, A low, rhythmic rasp. SSKKK, SSKKK, SSKKK. Arthur had picked up a small file and was carefully smoothing the edges of the beetle's hollowed-out thorax. He was preparing it, making it fit with a piece from another creature. He was combining them. The rasping sound drove the roaches into a fresh wave of panic. It was the sound of bone being shaped, of identities being erased to forge a new composite one. He joins them. Cricket shrieked in a series of high-pitched clicks. The broken parts are being made one. A new flesh, a new shape is coming. Suddenly, a foreign vibration erupted from within the nest itself. It was a frantic, terrified scrabbling. A young roach, his mind snapped by the relentless horror of the sounds and smells, broke from the huddle. He ran, not deeper into the nest, but outwards, scrambling up the inside of the wall towards a small crack that led into the open air of the kitchen, high up near the ceiling. "Come back, the god will see you." Several roaches clicked, but the young one was beyond reason. He squeezed through the crack and emerged into the vast, bright space of the god's chamber. He was high above the floor, clinging to the wall. From his vantage point, he could see everything. He could see the god, a great hunched mountain of flesh, leaning over his terrible work. He could see the scattered parts, the dismembered limbs and wings of a dozen different species laid out like a feast. He saw Arthur pick up the delicate, pale green wing of the moth, and using a pair of forceps and some kind of adhesive, attach it to the side of the beetle's armored thorax. The sight was too much. It was a violation of every law of nature. It was the birth of an impossibility. The young roach emitted a high-pitched click of pure insanity and launched himself from the wall. He did not fly, he fell. He tumbled through the open air, a tiny, spiraling speck of black, and landed with a barely audible tick on the floor not far from Arthur's chair. He lay there, twitching, his legs spasming. Arthur Penwright heard the sound. He lifted his head, his concentration broken. He removed the loupe from his eye and looked down at the floor. He saw the twitching cockroach. He did not look angry or surprised. He looked inspired. A slow smile spread across his lips. His project was missing something. It was a beautiful chimera of parts, but it was lifeless. A static sculpture. He looked at the twitching roach on the floor, then back at the assembled pieces on his table. "Of course," he whispered, his voice a low, reverent vibration that washed over the horrified listeners in the wall. "It needs a motor." He stood up, walked over to a cupboard and pulled out a small, clear jar. He walked back to the twitching roach on the floor, bent down, and with a swift, gentle movement, scooped it into the jar and sealed the lid. He placed the jar on the table next to his dissected horrors. The colony watched through their various cracks and fissures as one of their own was placed upon the god's altar. He was now a part of the project. The sermon was no longer about distant, unknown insects. It was about them. Arthur stared at the roach in the jar, which was now frantically scrambling against the glass, trying to escape. The neural pathways must be receptive, he murmured, thinking aloud. He went to his sink and began mixing chemicals from bottles stored beneath it. A new scent filled the air, acrid and sharp, the smell of solvents and strange reagents. Inside the wall, the schism was over. There was no faith, no logic, only a shared, silent understanding. The two factions, the church and the clan, dissolved and reformed into one terrified, trembling mass. Cricket and Rust Spot stood near each other, their former rivalry an absurd memory from a forgotten age. "What is it doing?" Rust Spot clicked, her voice barely a whisper. She was asking Cricket, the prophet, for his interpretation. It was a complete surrender of her world view. Cricket watched the god mix his chemicals. He felt the vibrations of this new creation. It was not like the grief slime, a thing of raw emotion. This was a vibration of intellect, of purpose. It was designed to do something specific. "It is making a new kind of slumber," Cricket translated, his own mind struggling to comprehend the input. Not the gentle sleep of the first sermon. This is a sleep that prepares, a sleep that opens the mind. Arthur finished his mixture. It was a clear, volatile liquid. He took the jar with the frantic roach and, using an eyedropper, squeezed a single drop of the liquid onto a small piece of cotton. He unscrewed the lid, dropped the cotton inside, and sealed it again quickly. The roach inside immediately began to slow down. Its frantic scrambling became a drunken stagger. Its legs moved slower and slower. Finally, it stopped moving and lay on its back, its legs twitching weakly. It was not dead, but neutralized, prepared. The god was no longer just a storyteller. It was no longer just a creator of monsters from its own psyche. It had turned its terrible, creative intellect upon them. It had a new plan, a new design, and it had just found its first living component. The age of observation was over. The age of participation had begun. Chapter 6: The Quickening. The cycle of light that followed was a period of near-total paralysis for the colony. The sunlit stillness of the kitchen, usually a time for rest and digestion, was now a silent, agonizing vigil. Through every crack, every pinhole of light, they could see the altar on the god's table. They saw the scattered, beautiful limbs of the dead. They saw the blasphemous chimera, the moth wing fused to the beetle shell. And they saw the jar, the glass tomb where their brother lay in a chemically induced trance, his legs occasionally giving a slow, dreamy twitch. He was waiting. They were all waiting. The fear was different now. It was no longer the terror of a sudden, violent death in a trap, or the existential dread of a creeping monster. This was a cold, simmering horror, the fear of a meticulous and patient intelligence. Their god was an artist, and they were the medium. Rust Spot, the pragmatist, was broken. Her science could not account for a being that could transform a living roach into a docile component. She watched her clan, the logical thinkers, huddle and tremble, their analytical minds useless against this creative madness. She saw them looking to her for answers, and for the first time she had none. Her methods, her bottle caps and bridges of burnt sugar, were the tools of a creature fighting its environment. She had no tools to fight a mind. She found herself next to Cricket, near the main listening post. She did not challenge him. She did not mock his prophecies. She simply watched him, as if hoping he could draw some meaning from the terrible silence. "Why," she clicked, the sound small and dry in the oppressive quiet. "We are nothing to it. We live in the dark. We eat its refuse. Why this attention?" Cricket did not have an answer, only a translation of the feelings he had received. "It is not attention," he replied, his own voice shaky. "It is not anger. It is not hatred. It is discovery, a child who has found a new kind of clay." The analogy did little to comfort either of them. Chittermandible, the high priest, was a wreck. His faith had been a simple, transactional thing. We revere the God provides order. Now the God itself was the source of a deeply personal and inventive chaos. He had tried to lead a chant for deliverance, but the words died in his throat. What could they pray for? That the artist would lose interest. He had been reduced to a coward, hiding in the deepest part of the nest, his booming voice of authority now a pathetic, frightened whisper. As the light began to fade, a new resolve settled over the colony. It was not born of hope or courage, but of pure, desperate instinct. They could not stay. To remain in the walls of this chamber was to wait for their turn in the jar. They had to leave. The mythical place known as the outside, once a fanciful legend, was now their only conceivable chance for survival. An exodus. But how? The kitchen was their entire universe. They knew its landscapes, its dangers, its gods. The world beyond the door was a terrifying abstraction. Their desperate planning was cut short. The god returned. The vibration began, the familiar hum of intense concentration. Arthur Penwright sat at his table and surveyed his work. He prodded the still-form roach in the jar with a pair of forceps. Its leg gave a weak, reflexive kick. Perfect. The anesthetic had worked exactly as intended. It had rendered the subject docile without causing cell death. "Now for the integration," he whispered. He carefully unscrewed the lid and tipped the jar, letting the stupefied roach slide out onto the table. He nudged it into the hollowed-out cavity of the Goliath beetle's thorax, where its own body had once been. It was a perfect fit. The living roach, their captured brother, now lay nestled inside the dead shell of a much larger insect. It joins the living to the dead. Cricket's clicks were a frantic, terrified bulletin. The flesh tomb is complete. Next, Arthur began the most delicate part of his work. He took up a tool that looked like a needle attached to a thin wire. He dipped the needle into another chemical, a thick, conductive paste. The smell of ozone and strange metals filled the air. Leaning in close, his loupe pressed to his eye, he began to work on the point where the captive roach's head met the dead beetle's shell. He was not stitching. He was wiring. He was attempting to bridge the neural ganglia of the living roach to the muscle tissue of the dead creature's limbs. The vibration in the room changed. It was no longer just the hum of concentration. There was a new sound, a faint, high-pitched electrical crackle. Arthur had attached the wire to a small, custom-built battery. He was about to send a current through his creation. "The quickening," he breathed, his voice trembling with the thrill of imminent success. He flipped a tiny switch. A minuscule arc of blue electricity jumped from his tool to the chimera. Inside the wall, the roaches felt it as a violent, sickening lurch in the world's fabric, a jolt of pure, unnatural energy. On the table, the moth-winged, beetle-shelled horror twitched. It was a small movement at first. One of the Goliath beetle's massive legs gave a convulsive jerk, scraping against the table top. Then another leg moved. The captive roach inside, the living motor, was spasming as the electricity surged through its body. its own neural impulses hijacked to animate the dead limbs around it. The creature was a grotesque puppet, and their brother was the puppet master and the marionette, trapped in a feedback loop of electroshock torment. The chimera rose. It was unsteady, its movements spastic and uncoordinated. One of the huge beetle legs would drag, then a moth wing would flap uselessly. It took a clumsy step, then another. It was alive. A reanimated composite corpse, powered by the torture of one of their own. It was the single most horrifying thing the colony had ever witnessed. It was a monster born not of rage or sorrow, but of meticulous, passionless craft. It began to walk, its gait a lurching, dragging parody of life. It moved without direction, a thing of pure reflex, its path dictated by which limb happened to receive the strongest electrical pulse. It scraped across the table, its massive dead legs far more powerful than the living roaches inside. Arthur watched, his face alight with triumphant glee. It worked. It actually worked. His theory was proven correct. He had created life from spare parts and a simple, living battery. It was his masterpiece. The creature lurched towards the edge of the table, its movements becoming slightly smoother as the neural pathways began to burn themselves in. Inside the wall, the colony was silent. The horror was too complete for screams. Cricket and Rust Spot stood side by side, watching the abomination. The creature was a perfect, terrible synthesis of their two world views. It was a monster born of myth and story, as Cricket had feared. And it was a machine, a thing of levers and electrical impulses, as Rust Spot would understand. It was a mechanical god, a walking, blasphemous engine. The creature reached the edge of the table, and without pausing, it walked right over the side. It was too heavy to fly, its moth wings flapping uselessly. It fell, tumbling through the air, and landed on the floor with a loud, clattering crash. It lay on the floor for a moment still. The colony dared to hope that the fall had broken it, that the nightmare was over. Then one of its legs twitched. Another. Slowly, painfully, the chimera began to right itself. It stood up, its body swaying. One of its moth wings had been bent in the fall, twisted at an unnatural angle. It looked even more broken, more pathetic, and somehow more terrifying. It began to walk again, lurching across the kitchen floor. It seemed to be drawn towards the darkest part of the room, the space beneath the refrigerator. The home of the ancient spider, spinner in the void. A monster was seeking a monster's lair. Arthur, disappointed by the fall but still thrilled with the result, simply watched it go. This was just a prototype, a proof of concept. He could make more. He could make them better. He looked over at his collection of dead insects, then at the vast, dark spaces within his kitchen walls, teeming with potential living components. His gaze swept over the very crack in the wall that Cricket used as his listening post. For a heart-stopping second, Cricket felt as if the god was looking directly at him. The sermon was over. The lecture was complete. The artist had revealed his masterpiece. And now the entire colony knew, with a certainty that chilled them more than any grief slime ever could, that the god of their kitchen was going to need a lot more parts. Their exodus could not wait. It had to begin now. Chapter 7. The Great Stillness. The silence in the nest was a living thing. It was heavier than the wood and plaster of the walls, denser than the press of a million bodies. It was a silence born of a horror so complete it had consumed all other sensation. The age of myth was gone. The age of science had been a fleeting, arrogant dream. This new age had no name. It was simply the age of the artist and his awful, walking art. The chimera, the quickened, was gone from sight, having dragged its composite body into the dark territory of the floor world. But its presence lingered. It was a psychic stain, a permanent rewriting of their understanding of life and death. Their brother, the living motor, was still in there, a prisoner in a tomb of his own species' distant cousins, his torment powering the monster's every lurch. It was Rust Spot who broke the stillness. Her voice, when it came, was not the sharp, confident rasp of a scientist or a general. It was the dry, brittle sound of a creature that had been stripped of all certainty. "We leave," she clicked. The transmission was simple, devoid of preamble or debate. It was not a suggestion. It was a statement of the only possible future. There were no counterarguments. Chitter Mandible, cowering in the deepest part of the nest, did not emerge to speak of faith. The Logic clan did not demand evidence or a cost-benefit analysis. The two factions, once so violently opposed, had been fused by terror into a single, trembling organism with one overriding impulse: flight. "Where?" Cricket asked. It was the only question that mattered. "Away," Rust Spot replied. "Out." Out, the word itself was a myth, a legend whispered by the most ancient scuttlers, a place beyond the god's chamber, a world without walls. For most, it was an abstraction, a heaven or a hell imagined to be on the other side of the Great Seal, the impassable barrier at the bottom of the kitchen door. A council was formed, not of leaders but of survivors. Rust Spot, her authority now unquestioned because she was the first to state the obvious. Cricket, his prophetic senses now their only early warning system, and a heavily chastened Chitter Mandible who was dragged from his hiding place. His booming voice, once used for dogma, was now needed for the practical purpose of relaying orders to the sprawling colony. The plan was desperate and simple. They would scout every potential exit, every crack, every pipe, every seam in the architecture of their universe. 3 teams were assembled, the best and fastest of the remaining foragers. The first team, led by a hardened veteran named Shadow Mantle, was given the most daunting task: scout the floor world approach to the Great Seal. The second team, a small, nimble group, would attempt the underworld, the treacherous journey down the drain maw into the pipes below. The third, led by an old but wiry roach named Hinged Dweller, would explore the forgotten back wall, a vast, dry expanse that had always been considered worthless territory. The cycle of light came, and with it the god's absence. The kitchen was still, a silent stage dressed with the terrible props of the previous night. The scattered insect parts remained on the table, a testament to the god's creative frenzy. The jar, empty now, lay on its side, and the holy relic, the pearlescent button, still sat on the countertop, a forgotten artifact from a forgotten religion. No one even looked at it. It was a symbol of a time when they believed their god was a storyteller. They knew now he was a biographer, and he was writing his next chapter with their bodies. Shadow Mantle's team was the first to depart. They rappelled down the cabinet faces on lines of spun refuse, a technique Rust Spot's engineers had perfected. They landed on the cool linoleum of the floor and began the long, terrifying journey across the open plains towards the distant sliver of light beneath the door. From the wall nest, the colony watched them go, a tiny caravan of dark specks moving across a seemingly infinite desert. The second team descended into the drain maw. They disappeared one by one into the dark, metal-ringed hole, their clicks fading into a gurgling echo. The colony waited. A long period of silence passed. Then a single roach from the team scrambled frantically back up out of the drain, its limbs slick with a foul black slime. It was alone. Its antennae were sheared off. It clicked a single, mad word over and over again. Teeth, teeth, teeth. Before collapsing, the underworld was not an exit. It was a mouth. Hours passed. The light in the chamber began to shift, a sign that the cycle was nearing its end. Shadowmantle's team returned from their long journey to the Great Seal. They were weary, their limbs coated in the thick dust of the floor world. "The seal is solid," Shadowmantle reported, her voice heavy with exhaustion. "There is no gap, no way through. The floor is a death trap. We crossed the path of the grief slime. The cold is still there. A patch of nothing. We saw titans. A silver-backed fish of unimaginable speed that devours dust and leaves a sterile trail." She was describing a silverfish, but to them it was a creature from a horror myth. "The floor world is not for us. We cannot cross it with the queen and the clutches." A wave of despair washed through the colony. The front door was closed. The cellar was a maw. Their universe was a sealed box. It was then that Hinge Dweller's team returned. They were covered in a different kind of dust, dry and ancient. It smelled of old wood and forgotten things, not of the gods, chemicals, or food. "There is a way," Hinge Dweller clicked, his voice raspy. "The back wall, it is not solid. An old leak from a god before this one rotted the wood. There is a crack, it leads inside." "Inside what?" Rust Spot demanded. "Inside the wall itself," Hinge Dweller explained. "A great stillness. A space between spaces, dark, quiet. It smells of nothing. It leads up and away. It feels safe. A cavity within the building's structure. A path that led neither into the open kitchen nor the pipes, but through the very skeleton of the house. It was their only hope. A dark, unknown path, but a path nonetheless." The decision was made. The exodus would begin at the next cycle of darkness. The destination, the crack in the back wall. The journey would be the most dangerous thing they had ever attempted. They would have to transport the entire colony, including the slow, vulnerable Deep Queen and her precious egg clutches, across the open floor, the domain of the silver-backed titans and the lingering cold of the grief slime. They would have to pass the lair of the quickened. Preparations began immediately. The Logic clan, now the engineering caste, began weaving harnesses and slings for the egg clutches. Chitter Mandible, finding his purpose at last, used his powerful voice to organize the colony into manageable waves for the migration. The first wave would be the queen and the eggs, protected by the strongest foragers. The second wave would be the bulk of the colony. The final wave would be the rear guard, a suicide squad led by Rust Spot herself. Cricket's role was the most vital. He would be the scout for the god. He would remain at the listening post until the last possible moment, his senses strained for any sign of Arthur's return, any change in the kitchen's psychic atmosphere. As the final moments of light faded, the first wave assembled at the base of the cabinets. The Deep Queen was eased out of her cavern for the first time in generations, her massive, pale body a shocking sight in the gloom. She was terrified, her clicks low and mournful. The egg clutches, hundreds of them, were carefully lowered down the cabinet face. The air was thick with the scent of fear and determination. Cricket stood his lonely vigil. The kitchen was silent. The god had not returned. Perhaps his art had satisfied him for the night. Perhaps they would be lucky. Then Cricket heard a sound. It was not the voice. It was not a vibration through the floor. It was a sound from the floor world, a faint, rhythmic scrape, click, scrape, click. It was the sound of the quickened. It was still alive, and it was moving. Cricket strained his senses, trying to pinpoint the direction. The sound was coming from the dark space beneath the cold sky monolith, the refrigerator, the lair of Spinnerin the Void, the ancient spider. But the sound was wrong. There was no sound of a battle, no frantic scrabbling, just the slow, methodical scraping of the chimera. Then he heard another sound, woven into the first, the wet, tearing sound of silk being pulled apart. The quickened had not been killed by the spider. It had not engaged in a chaotic battle. Cricket formed a horrifying picture in his mind. The quickened, mindless and relentless, had simply walked into the spider's vast, sticky webs, and it had kept walking. It was not prey to be trapped. It was a machine. It was tearing the spider's entire world apart, limb by limb, with its unceasing, tortured movements. The ancient demon of their lore was being methodically, unthinkingly dismantled by the new one. It comes, Cricket sent in a sharp, focused burst to Rust Spot. The walker, it is free. It is coming from the shadows of the cold sky. Rust Spot received the message just as the Deep Queen was being settled on the floor. She looked across the vast expanse of linoleum towards the dark crack under the refrigerator. The first wave of her people was exposed, vulnerable at the start of a long journey. And a monster, a new god of their world, was emerging from the darkness to hunt them. Go, she commanded the lead party, her clicks betraying no fear. Move now, do not stop. Do not look back, I will buy you time. The rear guard, a dozen of her strongest, most battle-scarred veterans, gathered around her. They were armed with nothing but their mandibles and a suicidal resolve. They would be the first to face the god's waking art. The exodus had begun not with a quiet march, but with a final, desperate stand. Chapter 8: Gods of the Floor. The floor world was a universe unto itself. The familiar sense of the wall nest, the dry dust, the faint odor of rotting wood, the pheromonal tang of the colony, were gone, replaced by a bewildering assault of new sensations. The air tasted of the gods' feet, of acrid cleaning chemicals that still lingered in the grout lines between the tiles, and of the vast, cold smell of dust. The landscape was a terrifying plain of black and white squares, a monolithic grid stretching into a hazy, terrifying distance. Mountains of dust, which they had only ever seen as moats, rose like soft, gray hills. A stray human hair was a colossal, impassable log. The first wave of the exodus moved with a painful slowness. The Deep Queen, unused to locomotion, was a liability. Her massive, soft body dragged on the floor, and she had to be pushed and pulled by a dedicated team of workers. The egg clutches, carried in their woven slings, were precious, fragile burdens. Every inch gained was a victory. Rust Spot and her rear guard stood their ground, a thin, dark line between the migrating colony and the encroaching horror. They watched the shadows under the refrigerator. The scraping sound grew louder, more defined. It was the sound of the quickened's mismatched limbs dragging on the linoleum. Status, Rust Spot sent to Cricket, who was still at his post high up in the wall, their only eye in the sky. "It is clear of the shadows," Cricket replied, his transmission tight with dread. It is changed." The quickened emerged into the faint light of the kitchen. The battle with the spider had left its mark. Great, thick strands of sticky web were draped over its body like ghastly shrouds. Trapped in the webbing were the dismembered parts of the spider itself, a hairy leg here, a pair of palps there. The monster was wearing the corpse of its vanquished foe as armor. One of its moth wings had been completely torn off, revealing the ugly, stitched seam where it had been attached. This new asymmetry made its lurching gait even more unpredictable, more nauseating. It shambled forward, a walking monument to victory and desecration. "It is not hunting," Cricket reported, a note of confusion in his clicks. "It has no direction. It moves at random. Its path is a stagger." The quickened was not pursuing them. It was simply walking, its path a chaotic drift across the floor. But the floor was only so big. Sooner or later, its random path would intersect with the colony's deliberate, slow-moving line of retreat. They were a massive target. Rust Spot made a decision. They would not engage it directly. That was suicide. They had to be smarter. Distraction, she sent to her team. "We need to alter its path." The memory of her victory against the grief slime surfaced. She had used a bottle cap then, a simple ramp. But the quickened was not a slow, oozing liquid. It was a solid, unpredictable machine. One of her guards, a young, reckless roach named Bite, scurried forward. "I will lead it away," he clicked, full of foolish bravery. "No," Rust Spot snapped. "It does not follow. It does not see us as prey. It is a force of nature. You cannot reason with an earthquake." She scanned the floor, her eyes darting everywhere, looking for a tool, an advantage. She saw it. Near the base of the counter, a single, glistening puddle had formed. It was the grief slime, the tear of their god, which had dripped from the countertop and now sat on the floor, a perfect circle of cold, spiritual death. It had not evaporated. It remained, a permanent scar. The quickened, in its random walk, was shambling on a path that would take it right past the puddle. The sorrow, Rust Spot clicked to her team. What happens when a machine feels sorrow? It was a question from a philosopher, not a general, but it was born of a desperate, tactical hope. The quickened was powered by their brother's living, hijacked nervous system. The grief slime attacked the spirit, the life force. Could it affect the motor of the machine? They could only watch. The rearguard froze in place, a collection of small, dark statues on the vast floor. The first wave continued its slow, painful crawl towards the distant back wall. The quickened lurched onward, its spider-leg trophies bobbing gruesomely. It reached the edge of the grief slime puddle. Its huge, dead beetle leg dipped into the clear, shimmering substance. The effect was instantaneous and spectacular. The moment the quicken touched the grief slime, the living roach inside the motor was assaulted by the full, concentrated force of Arthur's drowning remorse. Its tortured spirit, already stretched to the breaking point by the constant electrical shocks, was finally and utterly consumed. It died. But the electricity did not. The quicken stopped walking. For a second it stood perfectly still, its legs submerged in the pool of sorrow. Then the electricity, no longer channeled through a living, resisting nervous system, surged uncontrollably through the dead flesh. The chimera began to convulse violently. Every limb, every wing, every antenna jerked and spasmed at once. It was a horrific, silent dance of death. The moth wing flapped wildly, the spider legs kicked, the beetle chassis vibrated with a furious energy. Blue sparks crackled all over its body as the conductive paste overloaded. The rear guard watched, stunned into immobility. They were witnessing the death of a god, and it was more terrifying than its life had been. The convulsions grew more violent. With a final, loud crack, the beetle shell chassis split open. The wires inside smoked and fused. The creature collapsed into a heap of twitching, smoldering parts. A thin curl of black smoke rose from the wreckage, carrying the smell of burned chitin and ozone. It was over. The quickened was dead, destroyed not by a hero, but by an accidental collision of two of its creator's own nightmares. Rust Spot felt a wave of dizzying relief, but it was short-lived. The sound of the crack, the sight of the smoke, could attract the attention of the ultimate god, Arthur himself. "Move," she commanded the colony. "All waves, move now to the back wall. There is no time." The entire colony surged forward. The orderly procession dissolved into a frantic, desperate scramble across the floor. They ran past the smoldering corpse of the quickened, a collective shudder passing through them. They ran past the still, cold puddle of the grief slime. They were running from a graveyard of their fallen gods. They reached the base of the back wall. It loomed above them, a sheer, vertical cliff of faded paint and plaster. High above, almost lost in the gloom, was a small, dark crack, their salvation. The climb began. There were few handholds. The surface was smoother than the cabinets. Roaches slipped, fell, and were lost to the floor below. But they kept coming, an endless river of black bodies flowing upwards, driven by a terror that was greater than their fear of falling. The engineering cast, using their spun ropes, worked tirelessly to create lifelines, securing paths for the egg clutches and the queen. Cricket had abandoned his post and joined the migration. As he climbed, he looked back one last time across the kitchen. He saw the table, littered with the tools of creation. He saw the countertop, where the forgotten relic still sat. He saw the floor, the battlefield where two impossible monsters had annihilated each other. His universe was a nightmare ruled by a mad artist. But as he looked at his people, a unified, struggling mass working together to climb towards an unknown darkness, he felt a flicker of something he had not felt since the first sermon. It was not faith in a god. It was a fragile, defiant belief in his own kind. They were survivors. They were vermin. And they would endure. He reached the crack, a jagged split in the wood. He could feel a faint, cool draft coming from it. It smelled of nothing, of an absence of gods and monsters. It smelled of peace. He slipped inside into the great, quiet stillness of the walls beyond. Just as the last of the rear guard, with Rust Spot at their center, prepared to enter the crack, a new vibration shook the world. A deep, heavy tread on the floorboards in the next room. The sound of approaching footsteps. The god was coming. Chapter 9. The Sermon of the Slamming Door. The footsteps were the tolling of a death knell. Each one was a small earthquake, a vibration that shook the plaster and sent a fresh wave of panic through the last climbers. The god was awake. It was moving. It was coming to its chamber. Rust Spot was at the mouth of the crack, the entrance to the great stillness. She shoved the last of her rear guard inside, her mandibles pushing them into the safety of the dark passage. "Go, go, do not wait for me," she clicked, her transmission sharp and stripped of all emotion but urgency. The light in the chamber flared to life. With a loud click, the overhead fixture filled the room with a harsh, sterile brilliance. The sudden light was a physical blow. The last few roaches clinging to the wall froze, their dark bodies starkly visible against the faded paint. They were exposed. Arthur Penwright entered his kitchen. He was not in a creative or a mournful mood tonight. He was tired. He had come for a glass of water before bed. He walked to the sink, his back to the wall where the last remnants of an entire civilization were scrambling for their lives. Rust Spot remained at the threshold of the crack. She was the captain, and she would be the last one off the ship. She watched her creator, this being of unimaginable power and terrifying moods, as it filled a glass with water. Her mind, always analytical, noted the simplicity of the action. This creature that could build monsters from dead flesh and weep tears of tangible sorrow also had to drink. It was a bizarre and useless piece of data, but it stuck in her mind. A young roach, one of the last on the wall, lost its grip. Its legs, weak with terror, scrabbled uselessly against the smooth paint. It fell, landing with a soft thump on the linoleum floor not far from Arthur's feet. It lay there, stunned. Arthur heard the sound. He paused, his glass halfway to his lips. He looked down. He saw the roach on the floor, its legs twitching. He did not smile this time. There was no flicker of inspiration. There was only a flash of weary annoyance. The same look one might give a stray piece of lint on a clean suit. He raised his foot. From the crack in the wall, Rust Spot watched. She saw the immense shadow of the god's shoe descend. There was no malice in it, no anger, just a casual, thoughtless finality. The foot came down with a soft, solid thud. When Arthur lifted his foot, there was nothing left but a small, dark smear on the white tile. He took a long drink of water, rinsed the glass, and placed it in the dish rack. His eyes scanned the kitchen, a brief, cursory glance. He saw the smoldering wreckage of his creation on the floor. He saw the dead spider parts and the torn webbing. He frowned, a flicker of disappointment crossing his features. The prototype had failed. It had broken. A flawed design. He would have to start again. His gaze swept past the back wall. For a heart-stopping moment, his eyes seemed to pass directly over the crack where Rust Spot stood silhouetted. But his mind was on his failed project, on designs and power sources. He did not see the tiny fissure. He did not see the last refugee. He turned, walked out of the kitchen, and flipped the light switch. The room plunged back into darkness. A few moments later, the colony heard a distant, heavier sound, the thud and click of a bedroom door closing for the night. The final sermon was not a story or a whisper. It was the sound of a door slamming shut on their entire universe. The god was sleeping. Rust Spot did not move for a long time. She remained at the edge of the crack, her antennae extended, tasting the air of the world she was leaving behind. It was a world of terror, of unpredictable gods and walking nightmares. But it was the only world she had ever known. She had learned its rules, its physics, its horrors. She had learned to divert its grief and survive its art. She was leaving it all behind for a place of absolute nothingness. With one last look at the dark, silent chamber, she turned and slipped into the crack. The great stillness enveloped her. The passage was unlike anything she had ever experienced. It was narrow, a space between the kitchen's plaster wall and the old wooden lath of the house's true skeleton. The air was cool and utterly still. There was no scent of food or chemicals, only the dry, clean smell of ancient, undisturbed wood dust. And there was no sound. No hum from the cold sky monolith, no gurgle from the drain maw, and most importantly, no vibration from the voice. The silence was absolute. It was terrifying and wonderful. The entire colony was there, a dense, living river of bodies flowing slowly and silently through the passage. There was no panic now, just a weary, determined shuffling. They moved with a shared purpose, following Hinged Dweller, who had become their new guide. Rust Spot found Cricket near the head of the column. He was walking beside the new vanguard, his antennae sweeping through the darkness, tasting this strange new reality. He did not see us, Rust Spot clicked, her voice low. The last one. He was crushed. The god stepped on him and did not even notice. Cricket processed this. Their final, frantic escape, the culmination of their entire history, had been completely beneath the notice of their creator. All their fear, their faith, their schemes, and their suffering, it was all just a drama playing out in the dust, unseen and unheard. We were never in its story, Cricket clicked, a profound and liberating realization dawning on him. We were just background, the noise a floor makes. The god was only ever talking to itself. They had built a religion around a monologue. They had interpreted the emotional state of a being that was not even aware of their existence. Their myths, their schism, their holy wars, it was all based on a profound misunderstanding. They were not the chosen people. They were not even the clay. They were simply adjacent. The passage began to climb, turning upwards into the deep anatomy of the house. The journey was slow, but it was safe. There were no traps, no monsters, no sudden bursts of divine emotion. There was only the darkness, the silence, and the slow, steady movement of the colony. They traveled for what seemed like cycles. Time had lost its meaning in the great stillness. There was no light or darkness to mark its passage. There was only the journey. Hunger began to set in, a dull ache that replaced the sharp edge of fear. The colony was weak, exhausted, but they were together. They were whole. Finally, Hinged Dweller stopped. They had reached a vast, open space, a great cavern within the walls. Here he clicked. This place is old. The wood has no scent of the god, it is a dead space. We can rest here. The colony spilled out into the cavern. It was an interstice, a forgotten void between two rooms on the upper floor of the house. It was large enough to hold them all comfortably. It was dry. It was safe. The deep queen was settled into a protected corner. The egg clutches were arranged carefully around her. The weary survivors huddled together, their limbs aching, their bellies empty, but their spirits strangely calm. They had done it. They had escaped. They were free. But as Rust Spot looked around the dark, dusty cavern at the faces of her exhausted people, a new and unsettling question began to form in her mind. They had escaped the god of the kitchen, but this house was vast. Were there other rooms, and did they have gods of their own? Chapter 10. Whispers in the Stillness. Life in the cavern was a life of quiet desperation. They had escaped the immediate, inventive horror of the kitchen god, but they had traded it for a slow, creeping dread, starvation. The great stillness was safe, but it was also sterile. There were no crumbs, no grease, no stray drops of water. The ancient wood dust that coated every surface was inedible. The only resource was their own dwindling reserves of energy. The first to perish were the old and the weak. They did not die violently, but simply stopped. Their movements would slow over the course of a day until they found a quiet corner and ceased to be. The colony, in a grim act of survival, consumed their dead. It was a somber, silent ritual, a stark contrast to the religious fervor that had once defined them. There were no sermons for this, no myths. There was only the blunt, mechanical reality of recycling protein. Rust Spot organized the foraging parties, but their missions were exercises in futility. They explored every adjoining passage, every crack in the void, and found nothing. The great stillness was a desert. Their cavern, which had first seemed a sanctuary, was now revealing itself to be a tomb. The social structure, which had unified during the Exodus, began to fray under the relentless pressure of hunger. Small factions formed, hoarding what little strength they had. The memory of the schism returned, not as a war of ideas, but as a quiet, simmering mistrust. Chitter Mandible, with nothing to preach, had become a pathetic figure, his large frame now gaunt and weak. He spent his time tending to the deep queen who had grown listless, her egg production slowing to a near halt. Cricket was the most unsettled. His hypersensitive antennae, once a gift that made him a prophet, were now a curse. In the absolute silence of the cavern, he began to hear things the others could not. Faint, rhythmic sounds, so subtle they were almost imaginary. At first he dismissed it as a phantom, the echo of the voice still ringing in his memory. But the sound was different. It was not the deep, emotional vibration of the kitchen god. This was a much faster, more delicate rhythm, a soft, continuous thump-thump, thump-thump. He tried to explain it to Rust Spot. There is another one, he clicked, his antennae twitching, a new vibration, a heartbeat. Rust Spot's pragmatism had returned, hardened by their grim circumstances. You are hungry, Cricket. The mind plays tricks. There is nothing here but dust and death. But the sound grew stronger, or perhaps Cricket's senses grew more attuned to it. He could tell it was coming from above. There was another chamber, another god, directly over their heads. He began to climb, alone, exploring the upper reaches of their cavern. He found a small hole, barely wide enough for his body, in the ceiling of their void. It led into another, smaller passage. The rhythmic thumping was stronger here. He followed it. The passage opened into the wall of a new room. Cricket crept forward to a crack in the plaster and looked out. This chamber was different from the kitchen. It was softer. The air smelled of perfume and sleep. The light was dim, filtered through heavy curtains. This was a bedroom, the domain of the sleeping god, and the rhythmic sound, the great, powerful heartbeat that pulsed through the very structure of the house, was the sound of Arthur Penrite sleeping. It was the slow, steady beat of his heart. As Cricket watched, he saw movement. It was not the god. On a small table next to the bed, something shifted. It was a doll, a porcelain doll with wide glass eyes and a placid, painted smile. It sat propped against a stack of books. As Cricket stared, one of the doll's tiny porcelain arms moved, lifting a fraction of an inch before settling again. Cricket felt a chill that had nothing to do with hunger. The doll was not being moved by an external force. It seemed to move on its own. He scurried back to the cavern, his mind reeling. He tried to tell Rust Spot what he had seen. There is another room, he clicked frantically. A sleeping chamber. The god's heartbeat is the sky. And there are other things, silent things that move, things made of porcelain. Rust Spot regarded him with a mixture of pity and annoyance. Dolls. Cricket, we are starving. I have sent out a dozen scouts and they have found nothing but splinters. We have consumed 3 of our own since the last light. Your visions of moving dolls will not feed the clutches. But Cricket's report had been overheard. A small group of roaches, desperate for any kind of hope or meaning beyond their slow starvation, gathered around him. They were the remnants of Chitter Mandible's faithful, roaches who yearned for the days of myth and prophecy. A new god, a silent god, one of them asked. Does it offer food? Does it leave gifts? I do not know, Cricket admitted. Its chamber is quiet, but there is life there, of a kind I do not understand. The idea took root. A new cult began to form in the dying embers of the colony, a cult dedicated to the silent god of the heartbeat. They saw Cricket not as a prophet of a known entity, but as a mystic who could guide them to a new, unknown one. They begged him to lead them to the new chamber. Rust Spot was furious. You are giving them false hope. She confronted Cricket. You will lead them on a useless pilgrimage into another wall, and they will die there instead of here. Hope is a poison when there is nothing to hope for. Doing nothing is also a poison, Cricket retorted, surprised by his own defiance. Your logic has led us to a safe place to starve. My madness at least offers a direction. The debate was rendered moot by a sudden, horrifying event. In the corner of the cavern, the deep queen, weakened by hunger, finally succumbed. Her massive body shuddered and then was still. A low moan of ultimate despair went through the colony. She was the heart of the colony, its future, its very definition. And she was gone. Worse, her death had a biological trigger. The egg clutches, no longer receiving her pheromonal signals of life, began to activate. The eggs, sensing the impending collapse of the colony, began a premature, desperate mass hatching. Hundreds of tiny, pale, and woefully underdeveloped nymphs began to emerge from the egg sacs. They were tiny, weak, and ravenously hungry. The colony was suddenly inundated with a new generation it had no possible way to feed. They crawled over their dead mother, over the feet of the living, their silent, gaping mouths a terrible, desperate accusation. The sight broke the colony's paralysis. They would be devoured from within by their own young. They had to find food. Now. Rust Spot stared at the squirming mass of pale nymphs, at the faces of her starving people. Her logic had failed. Her safe place was a death trap. She turned to Cricket, her hard shell of certainty shattered. The doll, she clicked, her voice tight. You are certain it moved? I am, Cricket replied. Then take us there, she commanded. A moving doll is an anomaly, and an anomaly is better than this. Anything is better than this. A new exodus was declared. Cricket, the reluctant mystic, was now the leader of the entire colony. Their destination, the chamber of the sleeping god, the home of the living dolls. They left their dead queen behind, a great pale monument in the silent cavern. The starving nymphs were gathered up, a writhing, desperate burden. The journey was short but arduous. The colony, weak and laden with their ravenous young, climbed into the upper passages. As they drew closer, they all began to hear it, the slow, rhythmic thump-thump of the heartbeat god. It was a terrifying and strangely reassuring sound, the first external stimulus they had experienced in what felt like an eternity. They reached the wall of the bedroom. Cricket led Rust Spot to his observation crack. Together, they peered into the new world. The bedroom was dim and quiet, dominated by the huge, still form of Arthur Penwright on the bed. The heartbeat was a palpable pressure in the air. And on the table the doll sat. As they watched, its head tilted, a slow, deliberate, and utterly silent movement. Its painted eyes, wide and black, seemed to stare directly at them. It knew they were there, and on its placid, smiling face they saw no promise of salvation. They saw only a cold, porcelain welcome. Chapter 11. The Chamber of Porcelain Smiles. The doll's gaze was a physical weight. It was not the active, intelligent stare of the kitchen god, but a passive, all-seeing emptiness. It knew they were there, huddled in the crack in the wall, and it did not care. Its slow, deliberate tilt of the head was not a greeting or a threat. It was a simple statement of fact. I am here. I see you. The colony, gathered in the narrow passage behind Cricket and Rust Spot, felt the doll's presence through them. The nymphs, driven by a primal instinct, fell silent. The oppressive hunger was momentarily replaced by a new, colder fear, the fear of the uncanny. What is it? Rust Spot clicked, her voice a barely there vibration. Her mind, so adept at understanding machines and monsters, had no category for this. It was not alive, yet it moved. It was not a god in the way the kitchen god was, a being of action and emotion. This was a thing of pure, silent being. I do not know, Cricket answered honestly. It is part of this chamber's story. The chamber itself was a world away from the kitchen. Where the kitchen had been a place of sharp edges, sterile surfaces, and violent creative energies, this room was soft. Thick carpets covered the floor, vast plains of muted, patterned color. Great curtains, like heavy, woven hides, blocked out most of the light. The air was thick with the scent of the god's sleep, of laundry powders, and the faint, sweet smell of old paper and perfume. But there was no food. A desperate, frantic scan of the room revealed nothing. No crumbs, no refuse. This was a clean room, a place of rest, not consumption. The hope that had fueled their second exodus guttered and died. They had marched from a tomb into a gallery. The ravenous nymphs began to stir again, their silent hunger returning with a vengeance. Their writhing was a desperate countdown. If they did not find sustenance, they would turn on the adults. "We cannot stay in the wall," Rust Spot stated, her voice regaining a sliver of its old authority. This was a tactical problem once more. We must enter the chamber. We must search every shadow. There has to be something. A dead skin mite. A fallen flake of the god's flesh. Anything. The decision was made. They would enter this new, soft hell. The first wave of scouts, led by Rust Spot herself, prepared to venture out. Cricket remained at the observation post, his senses strained, trying to understand the rules of this new domain. The scouts rappelled down threads of spun nymph saliva, the only material they had left, their descent silent against the soft wallpaper. They landed on the thick carpet, their legs sinking slightly into the fibers. The texture was unnerving, like walking on a field of soft, dead hair. They fanned out, moving with a desperate stealth. They kept to the shadows cast by the colossal furniture, the base of the bed, a mountain of dark wood, the foot of a towering wardrobe, the deep shade beneath a heavy armchair. Cricket watched them, his focus split between the scouts and the doll. The doll remained perfectly still, its head tilted, its painted smile fixed. The heartbeat of the sleeping god was the only sound, a deep, rhythmic pressure that was the chamber's ever-present sky. One of the scouts found something. Near the leg of the bedside table it discovered a small, white object. A pill. Arthur Penwright had dropped one of his sleeping pills. The scout, driven by hunger, immediately began to nibble at it. Cricket saw it happen and clicked a frantic warning, but he was too far away. The scout ingested a tiny amount of the white powder. It stopped chewing. It stood still for a second, then calmly, deliberately began to walk in a neat, tight circle. Its movements were not panicked or spastic. They were orderly, precise, and utterly without purpose. It was lost, trapped in a tiny, perfect labyrinth of its own drugged mind. Another horror. The poisons in this room were not the swift, honest killers of the kitchen. They were subtle. They stole the mind. Rust Spot saw her scout's fate and sent out a sharp command to the others. Do not eat. Anything you find, do not eat. Report only. The search grew more desperate. The nymphs in the wall were growing weaker, their movements becoming more frantic. Time was running out. Then Cricket saw it. The doll moved again. This time it was not just a tilt of the head. Its entire upper body swiveled, its porcelain torso scraping softly against its porcelain hips. Its gaze moved from the crack in the wall and settled on a different part of the room, a large, ornate dressing table across from the bed. On the dressing table sat other dolls. There were 3 of them. A soldier doll in a red uniform, a ballerina in a faded tutu, and a small, jester-like doll with a pointed cap. They were all still. Statues. The first doll, the one on the bedside table, raised its arm again. its tiny porcelain fingers pointing towards its brethren on the dressing table. It was a gesture of command, an invitation. A faint, almost inaudible sound reached Cricket's ears. It was not a vibration. It was a high-pitched, ethereal whine, like the sound of rubbing a wet finger on the rim of a glass. It seemed to emanate from the doll itself. On the dressing table, the soldier doll's head slowly turned. The ballerina's arm lifted. The jester's bell, a tiny brass bauble on the end of its cap, gave a single, silent jingle that was not a sound but a psychic resonance. They were waking up. Cricket felt a primal fear grip him, a terror that dwarfed even the memory of the quickened. The monster in the kitchen was a thing of flesh and electricity, a body made of other bodies. These things, they were different. They were powered by something else entirely, something silent, something ancient. The first doll turned its head back towards the crack in the wall. Its smile had not changed, but its eyes, Cricket thought, now held a look of triumphant welcome. It had been waiting for them. It had been lonely. And now it had a new audience for its silent puppet show. A commotion from the scouts on the floor drew Cricket's attention away from the dolls. One of them had found the room's only source of potential food. It was not on the floor. It was on the bed. Arthur Penwright, in his sleep, had a small patch of dry, flacking skin on his arm. For the starving colony, this was a feast, a tiny, accessible harvest of the gods' own substance. To reach it required the most audacious and dangerous act they had ever conceived. They would have to climb onto the god himself. Rust Spot's mind worked furiously. The risk was absolute. If the god stirred, it would be a massacre. But the alternative was certain death by starvation and cannibalism. There was no choice. Prepare to climb, she commanded the colony. All of us. The god's mountain is our only hope. The plan was relayed. The entire colony would descend from the wall and make a mad dash across the carpeted plains to the foot of the bed. They would climb the hanging bedsheets, a sheer, terrifying cliff, and make their way to the promised land of the god's sleeping arm. As the colony began to pour out of the crack, a river of desperation, Cricket took one last look at the dolls. The four of them were all moving now in tiny, incremental ways. The soldier was raising a small tin sword. The ballerina was slowly lifting into a pirouette. The jester was tilting its head from side to side. And the first doll, their silent host, watched the roaches flood onto the floor, its glass eyes gleaming in the dim light. Its painted smile seemed to widen. The show was about to begin, and the colony, in their frantic, desperate scramble for survival, had just become the unwitting audience and perhaps the main attraction. Chapter 12: The Skin Harvest. The carpet was a nightmare. Each fiber was a soft, yielding trap that seemed to clutch at their legs, slowing their desperate scramble. The scent of the god was overpowering here on the floor, a thick, cloying smell of sleep and skin that was both terrifying and maddeningly enticing to the starving colony. They moved as one, a single dark stain flowing across the patterned landscape. The nymphs, carried in makeshift slings on the backs of the stronger adults, were a writhing, hungry weight. They were the ticking clock that drove the frantic pace. Rust Spot was at the forefront, her movements sharp and efficient, even in her weakened state. She navigated by instinct, finding the clearest path through the fibrous jungle. Her commands were short, sharp clicks, a language of pure survival. Close ranks. Do not stray. The open is death. Cricket was with her. His prophetic senses were overwhelmed. The omnipresent thump-thump of the heartbeat god was a physical pressure. The faint, high-frequency whine of the dolls was a needle in his mind. He was trying to watch everything at once: the path ahead, the colony behind, and the silent, watching figures on the tables. They reached the base of the bed. It rose above them like a cliff face, the hanging bedsheet a sheer, white wall disappearing into the gloom above. This was the final barrier. The climb was chaotic. The fabric was a far more treacherous surface than the kitchen cabinets. There were few places for a firm grip. Roaches slipped and fell back into the mass of climbers below, their falls cushioned by the bodies of their kin. The nymphs on their backs, driven mad by the proximity of the god smell, began to nip and chew at their carriers, adding a new layer of torment to the ascent. Rust Spot and Cricket were among the first to reach the top. They hauled themselves over the edge of the mattress and onto the vast, undulating landscape of the bed itself. They were standing on the god. The world here was defined by the rhythm of the heartbeat. With every thump-thump, the landscape beneath them rose and fell. It was like standing on the back of a living mountain. The air was warm and thick with the god's exhalations. The promised land, the patch of flacking skin on Arthur's forearm, was visible across a great valley of wrinkled sheets. It was a small, pale patch, a distant oasis. There Rust Spot clicked, her voice tight with a mixture of hope and terror. That is the harvest. The first climbers began to spill onto the bed, a dark tide flowing towards the god's sleeping arm. They moved with a desperate, single-minded purpose. Cricket's attention was torn away from the harvest. He looked back at the bedside table. From this new vantage point, he had a clear view of the first doll. It was watching them. Its porcelain head was turned, its unblinking eyes tracking the colony's progress across the bed. Its painted smile was fixed and serene. It then did something new. It slowly, deliberately lay down on its side, its cheek resting on the polished wood of the table. It closed its eyes. The tiny, painted lids, which Cricket had not even realized were separate parts, slid shut. It was mimicking the god. It was pretending to sleep. A cold dread, slick and oily, seeped into Cricket's gut. This was not a mindless puppet. This was a thing that observed, learned, and imitated. What did it mean for a thing like that to pretend to sleep? What was it waiting for? He turned his attention to the dressing table across the room. The other three dolls were also moving with a new purpose. The soldier doll was marching in place, its tin sword held aloft. The ballerina was spinning, a slow, continuous pirouette. The jester was juggling, tossing three tiny, invisible balls into the air, its head nodding with each imaginary catch. They were not just moving, they were performing. The audience had arrived and the play had begun. On the bed, the first roaches reached the god's arm. They swarmed over the patch of dry skin, their mandibles working furiously. For the first time in what felt like a lifetime, they had food. The small flakes of skin were like manna from heaven. They were consumed instantly. The nymphs were brought forward and allowed to feed, their ravenous hunger momentarily sated. A system was established. The colony formed a living chain from the arm back to the edge of the bed, passing flakes of harvested skin from one to the next, ensuring even the weakest received a share. It was a moment of triumph, a small victory wrested from the jaws of absolute despair. The feast was so engrossing that at first, no one noticed the change in the room's atmosphere. It was Cricket who felt it first. The heartbeat. It was changing. The slow, steady rhythm of deep sleep was beginning to quicken. The rises and falls of the mountain beneath them became shallower, faster. The god wakes. Cricket's warning was a shriek that cut through the quiet satisfaction of the feast. Panic erupted. The roaches on the arm scattered, a frantic explosion of black bodies. The chain broke. The half-eaten harvest was abandoned. Arthur Penright's subconscious mind had registered the sensation. The feeling of thousands of tiny, sharp legs and nibbling mandibles on his skin had penetrated his dreams, transforming into a nightmare of being covered in thorns. He stirred in his sleep, his breathing changing, his body preparing to wake. His arm, the very land they had been harvesting, twitched. The movement sent a tremor through the colony, throwing dozens of roaches into the deep canyons of the wrinkled sheets. Retreat, Rust Spot commanded, her voice a sharp, clear beacon in the chaos. Back to the edge, back to the wall. The colony turned and fled, a mad scramble away from the waking god. They ran across the trembling landscape, their brief moment of hope shattered. Arthur's eyes opened. He blinked, his mind still clouded with sleep. He looked around the dim room. Everything was as it should be. The doll on his bedside table was lying on its side, seemingly asleep. The dolls on the dressing table were still, their silent performance finished. He felt a phantom itch on his arm and scratched it absently. He saw nothing. The last of the roaches were already tumbling over the edge of the bed, rappelling down the sheets in a frantic, disorganized retreat. He sighed, convinced it was just a dream, and closed his eyes, settling back into a lighter sleep. The heartbeat began to slow down again, returning to its steady, rhythmic thump. The colony did not stop. They fled across the carpet, a disorganized route, and scrambled back up the wall into the safety of the crack. They huddled in the passage, their bodies trembling, their bellies half full with stolen food. They had survived, but they now understood the terrifying nature of this new world. It was not a place of active monsters, but of passive, conditional horror. Their very survival depended on the sleeping patterns of a god who could annihilate them with a single, unconscious twitch. Cricket and Rust Spot were the last to enter the crack. Before she disappeared into the darkness, Rust Spot took one last look back. She looked at the bed, the mountain of the god. She looked at the floor, the fibrous sea. And she looked at the bedside table. The doll was no longer lying down. It was sitting up again. Its painted eyes were wide open, and it was smiling its placid, porcelain smile as if to say, "Wasn't that a wonderful show? Let's do it again tomorrow." Chapter 13. The Museum of Gestures. The return to the great stillness was a return to a familiar prison. The air was cool and dead, a stark contrast to the warm, living atmosphere of the bedroom. The colony huddled in the main cavern, a trembling mass of black bodies. They were no longer starving. The frantic, desperate edge of their hunger had been blunted by the stolen flakes of the god's skin, but a new and more complex terror had taken its place. The skin harvest was not a victory. It was a violation, a trespass of the highest order, and they had been lucky to escape the consequences. The memory of the god's waking twitch, the tremor that had sent so many tumbling into the canyons of the bedsheets, was burned into their collective consciousness. The nymphs, sated for the first time in their short lives, were quiet, but the adults were rigid with a new kind of fear, the fear of a conditional existence. Their lives now depended entirely on the whims of a sleeping giant's metabolism. Rust Spot moved through the cavern, her presence a focal point of order in the quiet chaos. She was assessing the damage. They had lost several roaches in the retreat, falls from the great height of the bed that their weakened bodies could not withstand. The harvest itself had been meager, a temporary reprieve, not a solution. "We cannot do that again," she clicked to Cricket, her voice low and firm. "The risk is too high, the reward too small. It was a one-time act of desperation." "The god will sleep again," Cricket countered, his antennae tracing anxious patterns in the dust. "The harvest will return." "And it will wake again," Rust Spot shot back. "We survived one dream. We will not survive them all. We need a new plan, one that does not involve standing on the source of our own destruction." Her gaze drifted towards the unexplored passages leading away from the cavern, deeper into the house's anatomy. Escape was the only logical answer, a permanent one. Cricket did not answer. His mind was not on escape. It was fixed on the silent, smiling things in the other room, the dolls, the way they had performed their silent play, the way the leader doll had mimicked the god's sleep. It was a performance, he was certain of it, and they were the intended audience. But what was the meaning of the play? Driven by a need to understand the new threat, he left Rust Spot and crept back through the passage towards the bedroom wall. He found his observation crack and peered through. The chamber was as they had left it, dim, quiet, and dominated by the slow, steady thump-thump of the heartbeat. The god was asleep. Arthur Penwright lay on his back, his breathing deep and regular. Cricket's multifaceted eyes darted to the bedside table. The first doll was sitting up straight again, its hands folded neatly in its lap, its painted smile fixed. It was watching the bed, waiting. He then scanned the room for the others. There they were, on the dressing table across the room, returned to their starting positions. The soldier, the ballerina, the jester, all perfectly still. They were like actors on a stage, waiting for their cue. Cricket watched for a long, uneventful period. He was about to return to the cavern, convinced that the performance was over for the night, when he saw it. The jester doll moved. It was a tiny, subtle motion. It lifted one of its arms and made a small, circular gesture with its hand, as if stirring a pot. It repeated the motion 3 times. Then it fell still. A moment later, the soldier doll moved. It raised its tiny, tin sword and made a series of sharp, quick jabs in the air, like a surgeon making precise incisions. Then it, too, fell still. Finally, the ballerina began to move. It did not spin this time. It bent its legs, then straightened them, its whole body bobbing up and down in a steady, rhythmic pulse. Up and down, up and down. Cricket watched the disjointed performance, a cold dread seeping into his mind. The gestures were not random. They were familiar. He had seen these rhythms before, felt them as vibrations through the floor of a different chamber. The jester, stirring its invisible pot. It was the same rhythm as the god in the kitchen, mixing the chemicals for the gentle sleep, the poison for the first victim he had recounted. The soldier, its sword jabbing and cutting. It was the same staccato, focused energy of the god deconstructing the dead insects, the sermon of scattered parts. The ballerina, its body pulsing up and down. It was the same cadence as the god's hand when he had used the eyedropper, preparing the anesthetic for the living roach, the prelude to the quickening. Cricket felt his mind reel. This was not a new play. This was a retrospective. The dolls were reenacting the horrors of the kitchen. They were performing a silent, mocking summary of the artist god's greatest works. They were a museum of gestures, a theater of past atrocities. The implication was staggering. The dolls were not just native to this room. They knew. They somehow knew everything that had happened in the kitchen. The two chambers, the two gods, the two sets of horrors were intrinsically linked. This was not a new world they had found. It was just a different room in the same hell. A new movement drew his eye. It was the first doll, the leader on the bedside table. It had not participated in the reenactment. It had been watching the sleeping god. Now it slowly raised its arm, its small porcelain finger pointing directly at Arthur's head. The high-frequency whine began again, that thin, needle-like sound that only Cricket could truly perceive. It was different this time. It was not a steady hum. It pulsed, in perfect time with the thumping of Arthur's heart. It was a focused, directed transmission. Cricket realized what was happening. The doll was not just pointing. It was whispering to the sleeping mind. It was feeding the god a dream. He watched, horrified, as Arthur stirred in his sleep. The god's head turned on the pillow. He let out a low moan, a sound of distress. The heartbeat began to quicken, the rhythm becoming agitated. The skin on his arm, the site of their recent harvest, broke out in goosebumps. The doll on the table held its pointing finger steady, its painted smile unwavering. It was conducting the nightmare. The performance was over. The reenactment was complete. Now the main attraction was beginning. The dolls were not just passive observers or mocking performers. They were active agents. They were the directors of the play, and the sleeping god was their star actor, their unwitting weapon. And the colony, huddled in the walls, were the victims caught in the crossfire of their silent, malevolent art. Cricket scrambled back from the crack, his mind a storm of terror and revelation. He had to warn Rust Spot. Her plan to explore the farther reaches of the house had just become their only priority. They were not just running from a single, moody god in a single room. They were running from a haunted house, where the ghosts were made of porcelain and the nightmares they commanded were devastatingly real. Chapter 14. The God's Dream. The cavern was buzzing with a low, nervous energy. The brief relief brought by the skin harvest had evaporated, leaving behind the bitter residue of fear. The colony understood that the bedroom was not a refuge. It was a trap with a slow, biological trigger. Rust Spot had already begun organizing new scouting parties, their mission no longer to find food, but to find a way out of the bedroom's entire sphere of influence, to map the great stillness. When Cricket returned, his frantic energy and the sheer terror radiating from his antennae silenced the cavern. He stood before Rust Spot, his body trembling, his clicks sharp and broken as he struggled to communicate the enormity of what he had witnessed. They know he transmitted the clicks tumbling over one another, the porcelain ones. They know about the kitchen, the gentle sleep, the scattered parts, the quickening. They perform it like a story. Rust Spot's antennae went rigid. Impossible. How? I do not know how, Cricket admitted, but I saw it. The gestures, the rhythms. It is a museum of our suffering, and it is not the worst part. He paused, gathering himself. The leader, the one on the table, it speaks to the sleeping god, it feeds it dreams. It is happening now. It is making the god dream. A collective shudder went through the colony. The idea that their passive, slumbering heartbeat god could be manipulated, turned into a directed weapon by the silent things on the shelves, was a horror beyond their previous understanding. The scouts leave now, Rust Spot declared, her voice cold and hard as stone. The philosophical implications did not matter, only the tactical reality. We find a new path, we move the colony, we abandon this chamber. Hinge Dweller, you will lead the first team. Find a path that leads away from any room. Find only darkness. Find more stillness. Hinge Dweller, the old roach who had found the first passage, stepped forward and nodded, his movements weary but resolved. He gathered his team and they disappeared into one of the unexplored tunnels, away from the influence of the bedroom. As they left, Cricket felt a change in the heartbeat. The rhythm was becoming more erratic, faster. The god was sinking deeper into the doll-sent dream. A low mumble echoed through the walls, the sound of Arthur talking in his sleep. A morbid, terrifying curiosity compelled Cricket back to the observation crack. He had to see the result of the doll's work. He peered into the bedroom. Arthur Penwright was thrashing in his bed. His arms and legs kicked fitfully, creating seismic shocks across the landscape of the sheets. His face was contorted in a mask of fear. He was trapped in a powerful nightmare. The doll on the bedside table remained as it was, its finger pointing, its smile serene. It was the picture of calm, malevolent focus. The other dolls on the dressing table were still, their own part in the performance complete. Then a new element was introduced, a smell. It was faint at first, but it was growing stronger. It was the smell of dampness, of cold, wet earth and stagnant water. It was the smell of the river from Arthur's second story, the one that had spawned the grief slime. Cricket watched, confused. There was no water in the room. Where was the smell coming from? The answer was more horrific than he could have imagined. On the wall opposite the bed, water was beginning to seep through the plaster. Dark, ugly stains were appearing on the floral wallpaper, spreading like a disease. The plaster grew soft and began to crumble. It was not a leak from a pipe. The water was manifesting out of nothing, a physical product of the god's dream. The nightmare was so powerful, It was physically altering the reality of the chamber. The colony in the passage behind Cricket smelled it too. The scent of the grief slime's birth sent a wave of remembered terror through them. They began to back away from the bedroom wall, pushing deeper into the cavern. The water began to drip from the saturated wall onto the carpet below, but it was not clean water. It was thick and murky, the color of mud. Where it touched the carpet, the fibers seemed to wither and turn black. The dream was escalating. Arthur let out a loud cry in his sleep, a sound of pure terror. "No, get it off me, it's cold." In the room, the murky water on the floor began to coalesce. It was not forming a simple puddle. It was pulling together, mounding up, trying to form a shape. It was a chaotic, muddy, half-formed thing, a crude echo of the grief slime. This was not a creature of pure emotion, but a thing of mud and fear. A mud thing. It began to slowly, sluggishly, pull itself across the carpet, leaving a trail of black, dead fibers in its wake. This was the doll's new masterpiece. They had used the god's mind to conjure a monster, not from his memory, but from the raw stuff of his nightmares. Cricket felt a sharp tug on his leg. It was Rust's spot. "Cricket, come back. The wall is becoming unstable." He looked down. The plaster around his observation crack was soft and damp. The water from the dream was saturating their own sanctuary. They had to retreat deeper into the stillness. He pulled back from the hole just as a large chunk of wet plaster fell away, crashing into the passage. He scrambled back into the main cavern. The air there was now thick with the smell of damp and decay. The colony was in a state of near riot, their safe haven turning into a crumbling, wet tomb. This way, a click came from the far side of the cavern. It was Hinge Dweller's team. They had returned. "We have found a place, a gallery." Hope, or at least a direction, surged through the colony. They followed Hinge Dweller and his team into a new passage they had discovered, one that led horizontally away from the bedroom and the kitchen. It was narrow and dry. They left their crumbling cavern behind. They traveled for a long time, the sounds and smells of the god's nightmare fading behind them. They emerged into another interstitial space, another pocket of stillness within the house's frame. This one was different. It was a tall, narrow void. On one side was the familiar lath and plaster of an interior wall, but the other side was smooth, dark wood. It was the back of something large and flat. Cricket crawled up the wooden surface. He found a small gap between two of the wooden panels and peered through. He was looking into a hallway. It was dark, but he could see the faint outlines of pictures on the opposite wall. The space they were in was the hollow area behind a large, ornate portrait hanging on the hallway wall. As he watched, he felt it again. The faint, high-frequency whine of the dolls. It was weaker here, filtered through more walls, but it was present. He focused, trying to decipher it, trying to understand its new purpose now that the nightmare was unleashed. He finally understood. The doll was no longer transmitting a dream to the god. It was doing something else. It was communicating, talking to the other dolls. And in the acoustic strangeness of this new space, this whispering gallery behind the portrait, Cricket could almost make out the words. They were not words of a language, but concepts, images, feelings. He deciphered a string of them: the drowning fear, success; the mud thing, amusing but crude; the next performance, the fire sermon, more elegant, requires a different dream, a dream of heat, a dream of dryness, a dream of a spark. Cricket's entire body went cold. They were planning their next play. They were going to make the god dream of fire. And he realized the most terrible truth of all. The dolls were not just malicious. They were critics. They were artists striving for a better, more elegant form of destruction. The colony's extermination was not the goal. It was the medium. Their suffering was the paint, and the god's mind was the brush. And the dolls were determined to create a masterpiece. Chapter 15. The Whispering Gallery. The space behind the portrait was their new home. It was a tall, narrow slit of darkness, smelling of dry wood, canvas, and the faint, ghostly scent of old oil paint. The colony pressed into the space, a vertical river of bodies clinging to the wooden framework. It was cramped and offered no room for a true nest, but it was dry and, for the moment, safe. The memory of the damp plaster and the creeping mud thing from the god's dream was a fresh and potent terror that made the confined space feel like a sanctuary. Here, in this accidental whispering gallery, Cricket became more important and more cursed than ever. The high-frequency transmissions of the dolls were faint but decipherable, like voices heard through water. He became a reluctant eavesdropper on the enemy's plans, a translator of their terrible aesthetic debates. He relayed his findings to Rust Spot. "They are planning," he clicked, his antennae tracing the strange, alien concepts in the air. "The last performance, the mud thing, they called it crude. They want their next one to be elegant. They speak of a fire sermon." Rust Spot, ever the pragmatist, processed this not as a prophecy but as intelligence. Fire. What does that mean? The all-cleansing warmth from the kitchen, the pilot light. "No," Cricket clarified. "This is different. They do not want to use a tool that exists. They want to create the fire. The same way they created the water, from a dream. They need a spark." The implication hung in the silent air between them. They were not just fighting the god's moods or the doll's malevolence. They were fighting a creative process. Life in the Whispering Gallery settled into a grim routine. Their meager feast from the skin harvest was a distant memory, and the slow, quiet starvation began again. The nymphs were the first to suffer, their pale bodies growing lethargic. The silence of the great stillness was once again punctuated by the grim, necessary ritual of consuming their own dead. The colony's morale was at its lowest point. They had fled the kitchen, a world of comprehensible monsters, only to find themselves in the grip of an enemy that could weaponize dreams and warp reality. They were no longer just running. They were adrift in a sea of surrealism. Rust Spot's scouts, led by the indefatigable Hinge Dweller, pushed ever deeper into the network of voids within the house's frame. Their mission was no longer just to find an exit, but to find a dead zone, a place so deep, so disconnected that the psychic whine of the dolls could not reach it. They returned weak and empty-handed, reporting only more of the same: endless passages of lath, plaster, and ancient, inedible wood. The house, it seemed, had no dead zones. It was all one interconnected, haunted machine. During this period, Cricket's role solidified. He spent all his time clinging to the back of the portrait, his senses strained, listening. He was their only defense, their only window into the enemy's mind. He learned to distinguish the psychic voices of the dolls. The leader doll had a clear, sharp transmission, like a shard of ice. The soldier's was a staccato burst of aggressive static. The ballerina's was a smooth, flowing wave. The jester was a chaotic jumble of conflicting signals, the hardest to understand but often the most inventive. He listened to them critique their past work. The grief slime the ballerina transmitted one day had a certain emotional purity, a beautiful, singular despair. But it was passive, the soldier countered with a burst of static, ineffectual. The quickened had purpose, it had locomotion, a superior design. Too noisy, the jester chimed in, its thoughts a confusing tangle. The landing was clumsy, the aesthetics were cluttered. The mud thing was a failure of texture. We need clarity, we need focus. The fire sermon must be clean. Cricket felt like he was going mad, a unwilling art critic in a gallery of nightmares. He was listening to the architects of his people's destruction casually discuss their plans for a more aesthetically pleasing genocide. One day, he overheard a conversation that changed everything. The spark remains elusive, the leader doll transmitted, its thought form sharp and clear. The heartbeat God's mind is a swamp of wet, messy fears, drowning, suffocation, decay. We cannot cultivate a dry dream, a dream of heat. A different vessel then, the ballerina suggested smoothly. The primary vessel is the most powerful, the leader replied. Its emotional resonance shapes the entire structure. But the smaller vessels may be useful. Their fears are simpler. Cricket's mind froze. Smaller vessels. The crawling ones, the jester added, its thoughts full of manic glee. Their fears are so wonderfully pure. The fear of being stepped on, the fear of the killing sweetness, the fear of the empty shell. We could use them. We could harmonize. An interesting thought, the leader mused, a chorus of terror to guide the soloist's dream. We could use their fear to create the spark we need. We would need a focal point, a direct link to their hive mind. We would need the prophet. The transmission hit Cricket like a physical blow. He fell from his perch on the back of the painting, tumbling down into the mass of his confused brethren below. They were talking about him. They knew he was listening. They had known all along. His listening post had not been a secret. It had been an open channel. They had been performing for him, letting him overhear their plans, their critiques, their intentions. And now they were writing him into the script. They were going to use his own fear, amplified by the terror of his people, as the psychic kindling to start their fire. He scrambled through the crowd, a wave of pure terror making his limbs clumsy. He found Rust Spot. They know, he clicked, the words spilling out in a torrent of panic. They know I am listening. They call me the prophet. They are going to use us. They are going to use me to start the fire. Rust Spot stared at him. The last vestige of her skepticism had vanished weeks ago, replaced by a grim acceptance of their insane reality. She did not doubt him for a second. How? She asked, her voice a low, urgent hum. I do not know, Cricket confessed. They spoke of a focal point, a direct link. They are going to connect to me. At that exact moment, a new sensation filled the whispering gallery. It was not a sound or a smell. It was a feeling of being watched, not by a single pair of eyes, but from every direction at once. The silent, empty space behind the portrait suddenly felt crowded, full of unseen, smiling observers. And Cricket felt a new pressure in his mind. It was a gentle, probing touch, a psychic finger tracing the edges of his consciousness. It was the leader doll. It had found him. It was reaching out, preparing to make the connection. "Run!" Russ Spot commanded the colony, her voice rising to a shriek. "Everyone deeper. Find a new passage. Scatter." The colony exploded into motion, a frantic exodus from an invisible threat. But Cricket could not move. The psychic pressure was intensifying, pinning him in place. He could feel the doll's cold, ancient consciousness pressing against his own, seeking purchase, seeking a way in. He was locked in a silent, mental battle with a thing made of porcelain and nightmares. "Hello, Prophet." The leader doll's thoughts echoed directly inside his head. No longer a faint whisper from a gallery, but a clear, cold voice in the center of his being. "Shall we begin the overture?" Chapter 16. The Conductor. The doll's voice in Cricket's head was not a voice of words. It was a voice of pure, structured thought, cold and elegant as mathematics. It bypassed his antennae, his senses, everything. It was simply there, a foreign consciousness inhabiting his own. Such a simple mind, the doll thought, the feeling one of detached academic curiosity, so beautifully linear. Fear, hunger, survival, a perfect instrument. Cricket felt a wave of psychic vertigo. He was pinned not by a physical force but by the sheer weight of the doll's ancient alien intellect. He could feel it exploring his memories, sifting through his experiences with a dispassionate touch. It felt the colony's terror during the Exodus. It tasted the stale air of the Great Stillness. It experienced his awe during the first sermon and his horror at the birth of the quickened. It was not feeling these things, it was cataloging them. The colony was in a state of utter chaos around him, scrambling deeper into the passages of the house, but Cricket was an island of stillness in the storm. Rust Spot tried to reach him, to drag him away, but she was knocked aside by the frantic press of bodies. "Ah, this one," the doll's thought echoed as it sifted through Cricket's fear of the all-cleansing warmth from the kitchen. "This is a promising resonance, a foundational fear of heat. We can build upon this. We can harmonize." And then it began. The doll used its connection to Cricket as a tuning fork. It sent a pulse of pure, refined fear, the concept of fire, through their link. Cricket's mind, unable to resist, resonated with the feeling. His own terror of being burned alive surged to the surface. And because he was the prophet, the psychic focal point of his people, his terror did not stay inside him. It broadcasted outwards, a silent, psychic scream that washed over the entire fleeing colony. Every roach, from the weakest nymph to the hardened veteran, suddenly felt an irrational, overwhelming terror of fire. It was not a thought, it was a pure, physical sensation. Their shells felt hot, the air tasted of smoke, the darkness seemed to glow with a phantom heat. Excellent, the doll thought, sensing the rising tide of collective panic. The choir is warming up. Now for the conductor. The conductor was the heartbeat god. The doll, its mental grip firmly established on Cricket, and through him, the colony, turned its primary attention back to the sleeping mind in the bedroom. It began to feed Arthur a new dream, using the harmonized terror of the roaches as its theme. In his bed, Arthur Penright's peaceful slumber ended. He did not dream of water or monsters this time. He dreamed he was a child again. He was in his childhood home, a place he hadn't thought of in decades. He could smell his mother's baking, but something was wrong. He smelled smoke. A thin, acrid tendril of it curling from under the door of his room. He felt a wave of childish panic. He ran to the door, but the handle was hot, too hot to touch. The smoke was getting thicker. He was trapped. In the walls, the colony felt the shift. The psychic atmosphere changed. The general fear of fire was now being focused, shaped into a specific narrative. They could feel the god's dream panic, his feeling of being trapped in a burning room. The phantom heat intensified. The very wood of their passage seemed to grow warm. It begins. The doll's thought resonated through Cricket, a feeling of artistic satisfaction. The first physical manifestation occurred. On the wall in the bedroom, directly above the bedside table, a single dark scorch mark appeared on the wallpaper, as if a flame had been held to it. It was small, no bigger than a hand, but it was real. There was a faint smell of actual smoke in the air. The dream was breaking through into reality again, but this time it was not wet and slow. It was dry and fast. Cricket, still pinned by the mental link, was forced to experience it all. He felt his own fear, the colony's amplified fear, and the god's dreaming fear, all swirling together in a terrifying psychic vortex. He was the lens through which the doll was focusing all this energy into a single, burning point. We need more, the doll thought, a hint of impatience in its ice-cold consciousness. The vessel's mind resists. His adult consciousness fights the childhood memory. We need a stronger catalyst, a true spark. It turned its attention back to Cricket. Prophet, your people look to you for meaning. Show them the meaning of fire. The doll delved into Cricket's deepest, most primal memories. It found his memory of the pilot light in the kitchen stove, the unsleeping flame he had once preached about, a place of real physical heat, a place of divine power. The doll seized upon the image. It forced the memory to the forefront of Cricket's mind and broadcasted it, twisted and amplified to the colony. They were no longer just feeling a phantom heat. They were now seeing a vision, Cricket's own memory of the tiny, eternal blue flame. But it was not small and distant in this vision. It was huge, roaring, a sun of cleansing fire that promised to burn away all pain, all hunger, all fear. It was presented to their starving, terrified minds as an object of worship, a salvation. The effect was immediate. The raw panic of the colony transformed into a sudden, fervent, and deeply insane religious ecstasy. The fear of burning was twisted into a desire for it. They saw the fire not as a threat, but as their only possible release. They began to turn back, moving as one, no longer fleeing but seeking the source of the heat. They were becoming willing sacrifices for the fire sermon. Yes, the doll hummed in Cricket's mind. The faith of the desperate, the most potent fuel. Their collective death wish, their sudden, unified desire for immolation, was the final push the dream needed. In his bed, Arthur's dream panic peaked. He was no longer just trapped. He was on fire. He felt an imaginary, searing pain on his skin. He screamed, a real guttural cry of agony that echoed in the silent house. And on the wall of the bedroom, the scorch mark ignited. A single, real flame born of nothing but psychic energy and a harmonized nightmare blossomed into existence on the wallpaper. It was small at first, a tiny, flickering tongue of orange, but it was real. It began to lick at the dry, old paper, tasting its new fuel. The fire sermon had begun. The doll on the bedside table watched the flame, its head tilted in serene appraisal. Its work was done. The choir was singing. The conductor had followed its lead. The overture was complete. Now it could sit back and enjoy the show. Cricket, finally released from the doll's mental grip as its focus shifted to the flame, collapsed. He was free, but the damage was done. He watched in horror as his people, his entire colony, stopped their flight and turned back towards the bedroom wall, drawn by the real heat, their minds filled with a suicidal, holy fervor. They were marching towards the fire, not away from it. He had been used as the conductor for his own people's funeral pyre. Chapter 17. The Chorus of the Flame. The fire was beautiful. To the minds of the colony, flooded with the doll's ecstatic vision of purification, the small, growing flame on the bedroom wall was not a source of terror, but the physical manifestation of their new god. It was the unsleeping flame from Cricket's sermons made grand and glorious. It was a release from hunger, from fear, from the relentless, grinding misery of their existence. It was salvation. They swarmed back through the passages, a tide of black bodies moving with a singular, hypnotic purpose. Their goal was the wall of the bedroom, the source of the heat, the heart of their new faith. They were pilgrims on their final journey. Cricket lay on the floor of the passage, his mind scraped raw, his body trembling from the psychic violation. He could still feel the phantom residue of the doll's thoughts, the cold, artistic satisfaction. He watched his people, his colony, marching past him towards their own immolation, and a despair deeper than any hunger gnawed at him. He had been the instrument of their doom. His prophecies, his fears, his memories, all had been twisted into the fuel for this final, glorious suicide. He saw Rust Spot fighting against the current. She was a rock in the river of madness trying to stop the inevitable. She grabbed individuals, her clicks sharp and logical. It is death. The heat will kill you. This is not salvation. But her logic was useless against a divinely inspired death wish. The roaches she grabbed simply stared at her with glazed, ecstatic eyes and then pushed past her, desperate to join the chorus of the flame. Cricket, Rust Spot finally fought her way to his side. She shook him, her antennae pressing against his. "You started this. You must end it, undo it." "I cannot," Cricket clicked, his voice a shattered whisper. "It is not me. It is the doll. It showed them. Rapture." "Then we fight the doll," she declared, her pragmatism flaring even in the face of this supernatural foe. "Where is it? How do we reach it?" "It is in the chamber," Cricket said, a sliver of clarity returning. "On the table beside the sleeping god, but we cannot reach it. The fire." In the bedroom, the flame was growing. It had consumed the scorch mark and was now greedily eating the ancient, dry wallpaper. The floral patterns curled and blackened, turning to ash. The fire spread upwards, a triangle of orange and yellow climbing towards the ceiling. The air grew thick with real smoke, a smell that was no longer a psychic illusion but a physical threat. The heartbeat of the god was a frantic, terrified hammering. Arthur Penwright was trapped deep in his nightmare, tossing and turning, his body drenched in sweat. His unconscious mind was fueling the blaze that was now threatening to consume him. The first wave of the colony reached the bedroom wall. They did not stop. Driven by their holy fervor, they scrambled into the cracks and fissures, their destination the flames themselves. As they reached the hot plaster, their bodies sizzled and popped, their limbs curling in the heat. They died instantly, their bodies turning to tiny specks of carbon. But in their shared, ecstatic vision they were ascending, becoming one with the divine warmth. More and more followed, a river of self-immolating bodies pouring into the wall. The rearguard had become the vanguard of apocalypse. Rust Spot watched from the passage, her multifaceted eyes reflecting the orange glow from the cracks. She saw the truth. She could not save the colony. It was too late. The madness was too deep. But she could save the future. The nymphs, she clicked, her voice suddenly cold and focused. They have not yet hatched the madness. Their minds are too simple. They only know hunger. We save the nymphs. It was a desperate, brutal calculus. To abandon the adults to their rapture and save the young, who were still just simple, hungry animals. She began to fight her way back against the tide of pilgrims, gathering a small handful of her old logic clan, the few whose minds had not completely succumbed. Their new mission was to go back to the cavern, gather the unhatched egg clutches and the youngest nymphs, and flee. Flee deeper into the great stillness as far as the house would let them go. Cricket watched her go, a leader saving a remnant, preserving the future. And he knew his own purpose. He was the prophet. He had been the focal point. The doll had used him to start the fire. Perhaps he could be used to end it. It was not logic. It was a desperate, symmetrical hope. He would face the doll. He turned and began to crawl, not away from the fire but towards it, moving through the thinnest, hottest passages. He had to get back to his observation crack, his window into hell. The heat was immense. The plaster around the crack was almost too hot to touch. He peered through. The bedroom was a scene from a nightmare. The fire was climbing the wall, smoke was banking against the ceiling, and the heartbeat god was now thrashing violently in his sleep. Cricket looked at the bedside table. The doll sat there, serene and untouched, watching its masterpiece unfold. Its painted smile was bathed in the flickering firelight, a mask of calm satisfaction in the heart of the chaos it had created. Cricket did the only thing he could think to do. He focused his mind not on fear, not on hope, but on a single, clear, defiant thought. He remembered the kitchen. He remembered the feeling of the god's voice, the stories, the raw emotions. He had been an interpreter. He would be one again. He let the doll's psychic presence wash over him, but this time he did not recoil. He opened his mind to it and sent a single, desperate sermon back along the psychic link. He did not use fear or hope. He used the god's own emotions, the ones he knew so well. He broadcasted the cold, meticulous pleasure of the sermon of the gentle sleep. He projected the furious, cleansing anger of the sermon of rust and fury. He screamed with the drowning, messy sorrow that had birthed the grief slime. He poured every memory, every sermon, every ounce of the kitchen god's vast, violent, and vibrant emotional landscape back at the doll. It was a psychic assault, a flood of raw, chaotic human emotion aimed at a creature of cold, dispassionate artistry. The doll faltered. Cricket felt it in his mind. The serene, confident presence was disrupted. It was like throwing a bucket of mud onto a perfect, sterile painting. The raw, messy emotions of the kitchen god were anathema to the doll's clean, elegant aesthetic. Its concentration wavered. And in that moment, the dream it was feeding the god faltered too. In his bed, Arthur's nightmare of fire flickered. A new image intruded, a memory of cold water, of a quiet kitchen, of a pearlescent button. The conflicting narratives warred in his mind. The fire dream weakened, its fuel source choked by a flood of contradictory emotions. The physical flame on the wall, its psychic sustenance cut off, sputtered. It shrank back, the edges pulling away from the ceiling. It was no longer growing. It was dying. At that moment, the smoke in the room reached a critical density. High on the ceiling, a small, unassuming plastic disc with a blinking red light finally registered the particles. The smoke detector. A sound erupted into the room, a physical, technological scream that was louder than any god's voice, more piercing than any psychic whine. It was a high-pitched, shrieking alarm, a sound designed with the sole purpose of waking the living and alerting them to fire. The alarm shattered Arthur Penright's sleep. He woke up not slowly but with a gasp, his eyes flying open, his heart hammering with real, not imagined terror. He saw the smoke. He saw the flames on his wall. He smelled the real, choking air. He screamed, a real, waking scream, and threw himself out of bed. He ran out of his room, his only thought to escape the fire that had invaded his house. The doll on the bedside table was forgotten. Its connection to the now-awake god was severed completely. Its perfect, controlled performance had been ruined by the messy, unpredictable reality of a smoke alarm. The fire on the wall, its psychic power source gone, starved and died in seconds, leaving behind a large, ugly black scar and a plume of lingering smoke. The fire sermon was over. Cricket collapsed from the observation crack, his mind and body spent. He had done it. He had faced the artist and ruined its art with a mess of chaotic human feeling. He lay in the passage, listening to the shrieking of the alarm and the distant, panicked shouts of his creator. The house was awake. The age of silent, secret horrors was over. Now came the age of noise. Chapter 18. The Sermon of the Roaring Void. The alarm was the new god, and its sermon was a single, continuous, ear-splitting shriek. It ripped through the great stillness, violating every quiet space in the house. For the colony, it was a cataclysm, a physical assault that vibrated through their very shells. The religious ecstasy of the fire worshippers shattered. The beautiful, divine flame in their minds was replaced by this new, agonizing reality. They were left confused, disoriented, Their brief rapture curdled into terror. They scattered, a disorganized mob with no purpose, fleeing the noise. Cricket lay in the passage, his strength slowly returning. The doll's presence was gone from his mind, scrubbed clean by the raw power of the alarm. He was alone in his own head for the first time in what felt like an eternity. The silence was a relief so profound it was painful. He heard a sound behind him. It was Rust Spot. She had not fled with the nymphs. She had come back for him. Cricket, she clicked, her transmission barely audible over the roaring void of the alarm. It is chaos. The god is awake. The house is screaming. What have you done? I fought back, he managed. I think I won. His victory felt hollow. He had stopped the fire, but he had unleashed this new hell. He looked down the passage. His people were a panicked, directionless mass. They had no leader, no faith, no logic. They were just insects, terrified of a loud noise. From the bedroom came new sounds. The god, Arthur, was shouting. Then the sound of water, a powerful, hissing spray. He was fighting the last embers of the fire with an extinguisher. The house was filled with the chemical smell of retardant, a new and alien scent. This was the end of their world. The secret, silent war was over. The house was no longer a quiet stage for their survival. It was an active disaster zone. We must go, Rust Spot urged, pulling at his leg. The path Hinge Dweller found. It leads down into the foundation. It is our only chance. We have to gather who we can. They fought their way through the tide of their own panicked people, trying to impose order on pure chaos. They managed to gather a small, coherent group, a few of Rust Spot's old clan, Hinge Dweller, and a handful of dazed survivors. The rest were lost, scattered throughout the walls, doomed to be hunted by the now awake and terrified god, or by whatever new horrors this catastrophe would create. They followed Hinge Dweller into a new set of passages, descending deep into the anatomy of the house. The sound of the alarm began to fade above them, muffled by layers of wood and plaster. They were heading for the cellar, the place of the teeth that had devoured the first scouting party. It was a terrifying prospect, but it was the only direction left. As they descended, Cricket felt one last faint psychic transmission. It was the leader doll. It was not directed at him, but at its brethren. Its thought was no longer calm or artistic. It was a feeling of pure, undiluted fury. Flawed, ruined, contaminated by the mundane, the performance is over. Abandon the stage. The play was canceled. The artists were leaving. In the bedroom, Arthur Penwright, having exhausted the fire extinguisher, stood panting in the smoky, chemical-hazed room. The alarm finally stopped, its job done. The sudden silence was deafening. He stared at the ugly, scorched wall, at the mess of foam and ash. His mind struggled to process it. A fire. A fire had just started on his wall out of nowhere. His eyes fell upon the bedside table, on the doll. It sat there, its painted smile serene, its glass eyes seeming to mock him in the smoky haze. And for the first time, Arthur Penwright looked at one of his mother's dolls not with nostalgia, but with a flicker of deep, primal unease. It was just a thing of porcelain and cloth, but it had been there for the fire. It had watched. He walked over to it, picked it up. It felt cold, heavier than he remembered. He looked at its smiling, empty face. The house was silent. The colony was gone. The fire was out, but something was deeply, fundamentally wrong. In a sudden, uncharacteristic burst of violent revulsion, he threw the doll across the room. It shattered against the far wall, its porcelain head cracking into a dozen pieces, its placid smile obliterated forever. The first artist was dead. Deep in the foundation of the house, Cricket's small band of survivors emerged into a cold, damp space of stone and earth. The cellar. It was dark, and it smelled of mildew and thyme. They were hungry, exhausted, and only a tiny fraction of the great colony they had once been. They were refugees, their history a litany of horrors, their future a complete unknown. Cricket stood beside Rust Spot in the darkness. They had survived. He, the prophet who had lost his faith, and she, the scientist who had seen the limits of her logic. They were all that was left of the leadership. "What now?" Cricket asked. Rust Spot did not answer for a long moment. She tasted the damp air, her antennae twitching, already analyzing this new, final world. Now she finally clicked, her voice quiet but filled with an unbreakable vermin resilience. "We learn the rules of this place. We find food. We survive. We begin again." The story was over. The great myths, the sermons, the schisms, all were just tales for a future generation that might never be born. The gods of the kitchen and the bedroom were gone, defeated by their own complexity and a shrieking piece of plastic. All that was left was the dark, the damp, and the slow, patient, and deeply ingrained instinct to endure. The colony was dead. Long live the colony. Chapter 19. The Cold Kingdom. The cellar was a world of stone and damp, eternal twilight. The air was thick with the smells of mildew, wet earth, and a deep, ancient cold that seeped up from the foundation. A single bare bulb, encased in a wire cage, cast a weak, yellow light over a small portion of the space, leaving the rest in profound, impenetrable shadow. This was the Cold Kingdom. The remnant of the colony, numbering fewer than 200, huddled in a crack in the stone wall. They were a pathetic gathering of survivors, their bodies weak, their minds scarred. The grand, unifying terror of the bedroom had been replaced by a quiet, individual misery. Some were catatonic, their limbs locked, their antennae still. Others twitched with a ceaseless anxiety. The nymphs, their bellies once again empty, had resorted to chewing on the husks of the dead, a grim harvest that would not last long. Rust Spot was their center of gravity. The fire and the alarm had burned away the last of her doubts, reforging her into a creature of pure, hard survival. She was no longer a scientist or a general. She was the alpha organism, the will of the hive made manifest. Her commands were the only law. "We need water," she clicked, her transmission sharp and clear, cutting through the lethargy. "The air is damp. Find the source. We need sustenance. Search the shadows. Find what has died here. We need a nest. A defensible place away from this opening." Cricket was among them, but he was a ghost. The psychic battle with the doll had left him hollowed out. The constant input of terrors, myths, and alien intellect had ceased, and the resulting silence was a roaring void. His antennae, once so sensitive they could feel the shape of a god's emotions, now brought him only the dull, damp cold. He was a prophet with no one left to listen to, a radio receiver broadcasting static. He obeyed Rust Spot's commands, but his movements were sluggish, his spirit broken. The scouts, led by the ancient and grimly determined Hinge-Dweller, ventured out into the twilight. They returned with grim news. They had found the source of the damp, a great iron beast in a corner that rumbled and shuddered, its body sweating a constant supply of clean, cold water. They called it the Iron Lung, but the territory around it was marked with signs that made their chitin crawl. Droppings, Hinge-Dweller reported, his clicks low and grave. Not of our kind, huge, and the smell of fur and heat and hunger. He laid a small object before Rust Spot. It was a single bone, bleached white and gnawed clean at both ends. It was the femur of a mouse. The implications settled over the small group like a shroud. In the world above, a mouse had been a fearsome, chaotic predator. In this kingdom below, it was prey. The teeth from the first scouting report were real. This was the domain of a greater, more organized power. The cellar was not an empty refuge. It was a conquered territory. They found their nest in a hollow cinder block behind a stack of rotting newspapers. The words on them faded into meaningless gray patterns. It was defensible, with only a few small entrances they could guard. It was here that they began the grim process of trying to rebuild. The first true encounter came 2 cycles later. A foraging party, driven by the ceaseless hunger of the nymphs, ventured too far into the shadows. They found a small cache of forgotten, moldy grain, a treasure beyond imagining. As they began to gather the prize, shadows detached themselves from the deeper darkness. They were rats, not the singular, chaotic fur beast of the kitchen, but a pack. They were huge, sleek, and moved with a terrifying, unified intelligence. Their eyes, tiny and black, glinted in the dim light. Their yellow teeth, the source of the ancient legend, were weapons of horrific efficiency. The foraging party was annihilated. It was not a battle, it was a harvest. The rats worked with the practiced ease of apex predators, a flurry of fur and snapping jaws. Only one scout made it back, its body mangled, one leg torn completely away. It lived only long enough to click a single, terrified message. The warm-blooded ones. They are a colony. They are the kingdom. The colony now understood. They had not fled into a sanctuary. They had fled into a tyrant's larder. They were trapped, their small, defensible cinder block a prison in a land ruled by giants. Rust Spot received the news with a cold stillness. Her mind, free from the psychic chaos of the world above, was now a perfect, logical engine. They could not fight the rats. They could not outrun them. Therefore, they had to hide. She declared a new edict: absolute conservation of energy. No unnecessary movement. Foraging was forbidden. They would subsist on the moisture that collected on the walls of their block and on the bodies of their own who succumbed to starvation. They would become a colony of ghosts, their presence reduced to a bare flicker. Hopping the rat kings of the cellar would overlook them, forget them. It was during this period of enforced stillness, of quiet, starving meditation, that cricket began to change. With the psychic noise of the dolls gone and the grand emotions of the kitchen god a distant memory, his senses began to heal. But they did not return to normal. The crucible of the past weeks had reforged them. He was no longer a receiver for gods and monsters. He was becoming something else. He began to feel the rats, not as a psychic voice but as a network of crude, powerful life forces. He could feel their hunger, their territorial aggression, their simple, brutal thoughts. He could feel the web of their colony, a pulsing grid of heat and instinct that covered the entire cellar. He was no longer a prophet. He was a sensor, a living instrument for mapping the movements of their new enemy. "They are sleeping," he clicked one day, his voice startling the silent cavern. Rust Spot turned to him, her antennae sharp with inquiry. "The Rat Kings. Their life force is banked. They are in their nest behind the iron lung." "You can feel them?" Rust Spot asked, a flicker of something, not hope but tactical advantage, in her mind. "I can feel their heat, their hunger," Cricket replied, "their kingdom." A new dynamic was born. Cricket became Rust Spot's eyes and ears. He was her long-range reconnaissance, her early warning system. Under his guidance, she began to orchestrate daring, desperate raids. When Cricket reported the rats were sleeping or hunting in the far corners of the cellar, she would send out a lightning-fast foraging party to snatch a fallen crumb of grain or a speck of mold, and retreat before the giants returned. They were surviving. They were no longer just prey waiting for the slaughter. They were scavengers, insurgents, living in the cracks of a brutal empire, guided by the strange new senses of their broken prophet. They had found a fragile, desperate equilibrium. But they were unaware that the greatest threat was not the enemy they could see. It was the one they had forgotten, the one that was now awake, paranoid, and looking for the source of the wrongness in his house. The god of the kitchen was about to turn his meticulous, creative, and terrible intellect to the art of extermination, and his campaign was about to begin directly above their heads. Chapter 20. The God of Traps and Poison. Arthur Penwright scrubbed at his kitchen floor with a furious, methodical energy. The fire, the insurance claim, the lingering smell of smoke and chemicals, it had all coalesced in his mind into a single, burning obsession: infestation. He was a man who required order. His secret life, his projects, had always been about imposing his will, his perfect, clean order on a messy, chaotic world. The fire felt like a violation of that order, an insurrection from within the walls of his own sanctuary. He had smashed the dolls, every last one, sweeping their shattered porcelain bodies into a dustpan and burying them deep in the outside trash. It was a symbolic, superstitious act, and it had not brought him peace. The feeling of wrongness remained. He needed a tangible enemy, a physical source for the chaos, and he found one. In cleaning up the foam from the fire extinguisher, he found the tiny, crushed bodies of several roaches. He remembered the one he had stepped on. He remembered the fleeting sense of them on his skin in what he had thought was a dream. It all clicked into place in his logical, paranoid mind. The vermin. They were not just a nuisance. They were the vector. They were the source of the contamination, the agents of the chaos that had resulted in a fire spontaneously generating on his bedroom wall. It was not a rational conclusion, but for a man whose mind had been secretly manipulated by psychic dolls, it was the only one that made sense. He would purge them. He would not just control them. He would eradicate them. He would wage a total war. His first trip was to the hardware store. He walked the aisles of the pest control section with the focused intensity of a general preparing for a campaign. He did not buy the simple sprays or the flimsy cardboard traps. He bought the tools of a professional. He bought expanding sealant foam to close any potential entry point. He bought sonic emitters, designed to drive pests mad with high-frequency sound. He bought dozens of black plastic bait stations, small, dark temples of death. And he bought the poison, a commercial-grade anticoagulant powder, sweet-smelling and deadly, that promised a slow, internal, and agonizingly complete death. His kitchen, once the stage for his storytelling and the workshop for his monstrous art, became a war room. He laid out his new arsenal on the clean countertops. This was a new project, one that required all his meticulous care and passion. He was no longer the storyteller or the artist. He was now the exterminator. He started in the bedroom, the site of the original sin. He sealed every crack, every seam around the baseboards with the expanding foam. He placed a sonic emitter under the bed. He then moved to the kitchen. He placed bait stations in every dark corner, behind the refrigerator, under the sink, beside the stove. He sprinkled the fine, sweet-smelling poison dust in a perimeter around the entire room. He was creating a fortress, a kill zone. His work took him inevitably to the cellar door. He opened it and stared down into the gloomy twilight. The air that wafted up was cool and damp, a perfect breeding ground, the heart of the infestation. He descended the wooden stairs, his footsteps echoing in the cold space. He saw the piles of old newspapers, the discarded furniture, the dark, shadowy corners. It was a kingdom of filth, and he would be its cleansing fire. He laid his traps with an expert's precision. Bait stations were placed along the stone walls. He used a small bellows to puff the poison dust into the cracks between the foundation stones, into the hollow spaces of the cinder blocks. One of those clouds of fine, sweet powder billowed into the hollow block, where the last remnant of the colony was hiding. Inside the nest, the attack came without warning. A faint, sweet smell, followed by a soft rain of white dust that filtered down from the ceiling of their chamber. The colony, already on edge, panicked. But this was not a terrifying vibration or a psychic assault. It was quiet. It was gentle. A few of the starving nymphs, driven by instinct, immediately began to lick the strange, sweet snow. The adults were more cautious, but the scent was alluring, promising sustenance where there was none. Rust Spot felt a cold dread. This was new. It was an unknown. No one touches the dust, she commanded. It is a trick. But it was too late. Several of the nymphs were already greedily consuming the powder. Cricket felt it too, but not as a scent. As the powder settled, he felt a strange new energy in the cellar, a cold, methodical intelligence. It was the feeling of the traps, the bait stations, the poison. It was a network, a web of slow, patient death laid out across their entire world. It felt, in its own way, as comprehensive and deliberate as the doll's psychic manipulations. He focused on the source, on the presence that was laying this web. It was the god, the kitchen god here, in their last refuge. But its mind, its intention, felt different. It was not emotional or artistic. It was cold, logical, and utterly focused. It was the mind of an exterminator. The god had followed them. It had brought a new kind of sermon, not of stories or dreams, but of traps and poison. The final war had begun. The colony was now caught in a pincer movement of unimaginable horror. Below them were the rat kings, the brutal, physical lords of the cellar. And above them, the god was methodically sealing their exits and poisoning their world, hunting them with a cold, rational fury they had never experienced from it before. Their prison was shrinking, and the walls were closing in. Chapter 21, The Sermon of Two Hells. The sweet death settled into their lives. The nymphs that had consumed the poison were the first to show its effects. There was no sudden violence, no dramatic end. They simply grew quiet. A profound lethargy overtook them, their pale limbs refusing to move. They died in their sleep, their tiny bodies still and perfect, a stark contrast to the convulsive end of the fire worshippers. Rustspot examined the dead nymphs, her mind a cold engine of analysis. There were no external wounds, no signs of struggle. This poison was patient. It was intimate. It unmade them from the inside. She enforced her edict with brutal efficiency. Anyone who touched the white dust was isolated, cast out of the main nest to die alone. It was a cruel necessity, a quarantine to protect the future of their tiny, dwindling population. Cricket became her unwilling map of this new hell. His senses, once attuned to psychic whispers and divine emotions, were now perfectly calibrated to the cold, methodical intelligence of the traps. He could feel the entire network laid out by Arthur. "There is a singing death in the east corner," he would click, describing the high-frequency hum of a sonic emitter, a hunger that does not move near the iron lung. This was a bait station, its poison a silent lure. He could feel the wrongness of the expanding foam that sealed what had once been escape routes. The god was not just hunting them, it was terraforming their world into a perfect killing field. They were trapped between two competing apocalypses. From the shadows came the threat of the Rat Kings, a swift, violent, and brutal end. From the walls and the ceiling came the god's patient, silent poison, a slow, internal unraveling. They were caught in a war between a tiger and a plague. Their existence shrank to the confines of the single cinder block. Rustspot's desperate foraging raids ceased entirely. To leave the nest was to choose your death, the quick teeth or the slow dust. They subsisted on the moisture seeping through the stone and the grim harvest of their own dead. The colony was a flickering candle flame, threatening to be extinguished by the slightest breeze from either direction. It was during this slow, grinding siege that Cricket made a final, terrifying discovery. He had been focusing his senses on the network of traps and the life force of the rats, trying to navigate the space between them. But he began to feel a third presence, a new layer to their prison. It was the rats. They were changing. Some of the rats in their own foraging had found the bait stations. They had consumed the god's poison. But the poison that was a quiet death for a nymph was different for a creature of their size and constitution. It did not kill them quickly. It drove them mad. The anticoagulant poison caused internal bleeding, confusion, and agonizing pain. The affected rats became unpredictable. their natural pack intelligence fracturing into individual psychoses. They became more aggressive, more reckless, attacking their own kind, their movements jerky and unnatural. Cricket could feel their minds. It was not the clean, cold thought of the dolls or the messy, emotional landscape of the god. It was a storm of pure, red-hot agony and rage. It was the screaming of 1,000 tortured nerves. "They are broken," he reported to Rust Spot, his body trembling with the effort of processing the psychic pain. "The poison. It does not kill the rat kings. It makes them into demons. Their minds are a fire of pure pain." The rat kings had been a predictable terror. Their hunts were organized, their territory was defined. These new pain rats were chaos incarnate. They did not hunt for food but attacked out of sheer, agonizing fury. They were no longer just a rival kingdom, they were a natural disaster. The fragile balance was shattered. A pack of the pain rats, their minds consumed by the poison's fire, launched a suicidal assault on the colony's cinder block. They were not trying to get in to eat them. They were trying to smash the block apart, to destroy the thing that was not them, to vent their boundless agony on any available object. The hollow block shuddered as the massive bodies of the rats slammed against it. The terrified colonists scrambled for purchase, the world shaking around them. This was the end. They would be crushed, their final sanctuary shattered by the very creatures the god's poison was meant to control. The god, in his war against them, had inadvertently created an even greater monster. Cricket felt the minds of the pain rats, a solid wall of screaming agony. But through it he felt something else, a flicker of the god's own presence from above. Arthur was in the cellar again, checking his traps. He could feel the god's cold satisfaction at seeing some of the bait had been taken. He could feel his clinical lack of concern for what happened to the rats that ate it. Two hells pressing in on them, one born of rage and poison, the other of cold, methodical intellect. And in that moment, pressed between the screaming rats and the dispassionate god, Cricket understood. The only path to survival was not through escape, but through collision. He had to make the two hells meet. He looked at Rust Spot, her antennae rigid, her body braced for the final impact that would crush them all. "I have a plan," he clicked, his voice for the first time in a long time, clear and steady. "But it is not a story. It is a weapon, and you must be the one to wield it." He explained. He, the censor, could guide her, the actor. The pain rats were driven by pure agony, but that agony had a source. The poison, the bait stations. The greatest concentration of their torment was at these sites. The god, in turn, was drawn to these sites to check his work. The plan was insane. A suicide mission of the highest order. They would abandon the nest. They would make a final run, not away from danger, but towards its heart. They would lead the remaining pain rats on a chase, a frantic pilgrimage towards the most powerful bait station, the one Arthur had placed at the foot of the cellar stairs. And they would time it for when the god himself was there to witness it. They would conduct a new sermon. A sermon written in blood and teeth and poison, delivered at the feet of the god who had created all three. Rust Spot listened. She did not question the psychic part of the plan. She had seen too much to doubt Cricket's senses. She focused only on the mechanics, the timing, the sacrifice. "The nymphs will not make it," she said, a statement of fact. "No," Cricket agreed. "Most of us will not make it," she added. "No," Cricket repeated, "but the colony might." It was a choice between certain annihilation in their prison and a sliver of a chance in a final, glorious, and terrible confrontation. For Rust Spot, the creature of action and logic, there was no choice at all. She gathered the last able-bodied survivors, a paltry 2 dozen. She looked at the huddled mass of the weak, the dying, and the nymphs they would leave behind. She turned her back on them. She could not afford sentiment. "Guide us, prophet," she said to Cricket. Her voice held no irony. It was the title he had earned. Cricket closed his eyes, filtering out the chaos. He focused his mind, becoming a pure instrument. He felt the pulsing agony of the pain rats to his left. He felt the cold, approaching presence of the god from above. And he felt the location of the target, the bait station, glowing in his mind like a dark star. Now he clicked. We run towards the sound of the screaming. And the last of the colony, a tiny, desperate band of insects, abandoned their home and ran towards the heart of their apocalypse. Chapter 22. The last sermon is a scream. The flight through the cellar was a flight through hell itself. The world was a blur of stone and shadow, the air thick with the psychic screams of the pain rats. Cricket ran beside Rust Spot, his senses stretched to the breaking point, a living compass needle pointing the way through the chaos. Left, past the fallen wood. He would click, and Rust Spot would relay the command, her dozen remaining followers moving with the desperate, fluid precision of a single organism. Behind them, the pain rats gave chase. They were a stumbling, lurching wave of mangy fur and rabid fury. They were not hunting. They were trying to annihilate the small, fast-moving things that were an agony to their overstimulated senses. Their charge was clumsy, their movements uncoordinated, but they were huge and terrifyingly fast. One of the rearguard roaches slipped on a patch of damp stone. It was engulfed in a heartbeat, its life extinguished in a single, brutal snap of yellow teeth. There was no time to mourn. They were a lure, a living piece of bait, and their destination was the bottom of the cellar stairs. "He is here," Cricket transmitted, feeling the heavy, rhythmic tread of Arthur Penwright on the wooden steps above. "The god descends." Arthur came down the stairs with a flashlight in one hand and a small notebook in the other. He was pleased. His campaign was working. Several of his bait stations had been disturbed, the poison clearly nibbled. He was making progress. He was restoring order. He reached the bottom step, his back to the drama unfolding in the shadows of his cellar, and knelt to examine the bait station he had placed there. Now Rust Spot commanded her tiny troop. "To the god's feet. It is our only sanctuary." They burst from the shadows, a desperate final charge. They ran past the bait station, their goal the immense, dark shape of Arthur's shoe. It was a mountain, a fortress, a place so close to the source of the danger that it might, paradoxically, be safe. The pain rats, their minds consumed with torment and unable to distinguish one small target from another, followed them out of the darkness. Arthur heard the scrabbling sound. He turned his head, shining his flashlight across the floor. The beam cut through the gloom and landed on a scene from a fevered dream. A half-dozen enormous, mangy rats, their eyes glowing red in the light, their fur matted with filth and blood, were throwing themselves at the base of the stairs. They were not trying to climb them. They were attacking the concrete foundation, clawing and biting at it with a suicidal fury. And at the center of this maelstrom of rabid motion, he saw a small, disciplined line of cockroaches scrambling up his own shoe. His mind, already primed for paranoia, shattered. This was not an infestation. This was a conspiracy, an alliance. The vermin of his house, the rats and the roaches, were working together. They were organized. They were communicating. They were launching a coordinated assault on him, on the very foundation of his home. The largest of the pain rats, its body twitching with seizures, lunged forward. It was not aiming for Arthur, but in its blind rage it slammed into his leg. Its teeth, sharp and filthy, scraped against his ankle. Arthur screamed, a real human scream of pain, terror, and profound, gut-wrenching violation. He kicked out, sending the rat flying. He scrambled backwards up the stairs, his notebook and flashlight clattering to the ground. The neat, orderly world of the exterminator had collapsed into a nightmare of organized, multi-species rebellion. He ran from the cellar, his mind completely undone. He did not see Cricket, Rust Spot, and the handful of survivors clinging to the laces of his shoe. They had done it. They had made the two hells collide, and the resulting explosion of chaos had created a path. They rode the god's shoe as he fled up the stairs and into the kitchen. Arthur was babbling, raving, his mind broken by the sight of his two enemies seemingly working in concert. He stumbled through the kitchen and fumbled with the back door, desperate for the outside, for escape from his own haunted, rebellious house. As he threw the door open, Rust Spot gave the final command, "Jump." The dozen or so survivors, the last of their line, leaped from the god's shoe onto the threshold of the open door. They landed on the cool, worn wood of the porch. They smelled it instantly. The air. It was not the recycled, tainted air of the house. It was fresh. It was filled with a billion new scents, damp earth, green growing things, the smell of rain on the wind. It was the air of the outside, the mythical promised land. Behind them, they heard the god still screaming inside the house. His mind finally, irrevocably, broken by the horrors he had cultivated. Cricket stood on the edge of the porch next to Rust Spot. He looked up. There was no ceiling. There was only a vast, dark emptiness filled with tiny, cold points of light. The sky. It was bigger and more terrifying and more beautiful than any god or monster he had ever imagined. They were free. They were a handful of traumatized insects, the last children of a dead colony, stranded in a vast, unknown world. But they were free. "What now, Prophet?" Rust Spot asked, her voice quiet in the immense silence of the night. Cricket listened. He stretched out his senses, the senses that had felt the minds of gods and monsters, of rats and dolls. He felt no psychic presence here, no looming intelligence. Only the cool, clean feeling of the wind and the slow, deep, and patient life of the earth beneath his feet. The story was over. Their gods were dead, mad, or broken. Their history was a scar. Their future was an unmarked wilderness. Now Cricket clicked back, turning his face to the vast, open darkness. We tell a new story. Chapter 23, Epilogue, the Sermon of the Wind. The world outside was a god of a different kind. It was a god of scale, of immense, incomprehensible size and sublime indifference. The night sky was not a ceiling but a void, and the pinpricks of light were not pilot lights but distant, cold fires that offered no warmth. The grass was a forest of towering green blades, each one slick with dew that was a reservoir of pure, clean water. An overturned leaf was a mountain. The scent of a distant flower was a message more complex than any of the dolls, psychic whispers. The survivors, the 12 of them that remained, huddled together on the edge of the wooden porch, a tiny, traumatized congregation at the edge of infinity. They were the last memory of their colony, the living library of a history written in fear and desperation. Hinge Dweller was there, the ancient pathfinder. A few of Rust Spot's stoic engineers. The rest were young adults who had survived by sheer, dumb luck. And there was Cricket, the prophet whose senses had been forged in the crucible of monsters, now tasked with interpreting a world that had no mind to read. Beside him stood Rust Spot, the pragmatist whose logic had been stretched to the point of breaking and had reformed into something harder, more resilient. For a long time they did not move. They simply experienced the overwhelming sensory input of the outside. The gentle, constant pressure of the wind was a new and terrifying thing. The chirping of crickets was a chorus of unknown creatures, each one a potential threat. They were agoraphobic, terrified of the vast, open space after a lifetime spent in the tight, comforting confines of the walls. Inside the house, the god's raving had subsided, replaced by a low, defeated sobbing. He was broken. His ordered world had fought back with a chaos he could not comprehend. He was no longer a threat. He was just a man, alone in his haunted house, a ghost in his own life. The survivors did not spare him a thought. He was a part of the old world, a story that was already fading into myth. It was hunger, as always, that forced them to action. We must find shelter before the great light comes. Rust Spot clicked, her voice grounding them in the familiar rhythm of survival. And we must find food. The search began. It was not a frantic scramble, but a slow, cautious exploration. Every new texture, every new scent was analyzed with a profound caution. They found a crack in the foundation of the porch and established a temporary nest, a small pocket of darkness in the overwhelming openness. Their first meal in the new world was a revelation. Hinge Dweller found a fallen, half-eaten berry. The taste was an explosion of sweetness and life, a stark contrast to the stale crumbs and dry skin they had subsisted on. It was the taste of pure, unadulterated sustenance, offered freely by the world, with no strings of torment attached. Life became simple. It became elemental. Their days were spent in the shelter of the foundation. Their nights were spent foraging in the small patch of wilderness that was Arthur Penright's neglected backyard. They learned the new rules. They learned which strange new insects were predators and which were prey. They learned that the colossal, shadowy shapes that sometimes drifted across the sky were not gods, but birds, and that to be caught in the open when they appeared meant instant, unceremonious death. They learned that the falling water from the sky, rain, was a blessing that refilled every leaf cup and a terror that could drown them in a puddle. They were no longer fighting a singular, intelligent enemy. They were now engaged in a complex, multi-front war against an entire ecosystem, and in a strange way, it was easier. The world was dangerous, but it was not malicious. Its violence was honest. Cricket's role changed again. His psychic senses found no minds to read, but they gave him an unparalleled connection to the rhythms of this new world. He could feel the thrum of life in the soil. He could sense the subtle shifts in air pressure that preceded the rain. He could feel the vibrations of a hunting spider's web long before anyone saw it. He was no longer a prophet of gods, but a prophet of the earth itself. He was their guide, their shaman, their living connection to the vast, mindless intelligence of nature. One night, weeks after their escape, Rust Spot laid the first new egg clutch. It was small, containing only a handful of eggs, but it was a perfect, beautiful thing. She placed it in the safest part of their new nest. It was a promise, a future, a statement that the colony had not truly died. It had been boiled down to its essential, most resilient elements and was now ready to begin again. Cricket stood with her, watching over the clutch. The two of them, the prophet and the pragmatist, the twin pillars of the old world, were now the founding parents of the new. What will we tell them? Cricket clicked, his antennae gesturing towards the eggs, about the world before, about the kitchen god, the dolls, the fire. Rust Spot was silent for a long time, her gaze fixed on the promise of her children. The history they carried was one of trauma and horror, a litany of suffering that could break the spirit of any new generation. "We will tell them a new story," she finally replied, her voice softer than Cricket had ever heard it. "We will tell them that the world is large and full of dangers. We will tell them that survival depends on courage and cleverness. We will tell them of the great journey their ancestors took to find this paradise." She was editing their history. She was transforming their flight from hell into a heroic quest. The sermon of the gentle sleep, the horror of the quickened, the madness of the fire sermon, all would be forgotten, or perhaps transformed into simple myths, cautionary tales about angry spirits or dangerous foods, their terrible psychic weight lifted. Cricket understood. The most important act of survival was not finding food or shelter. It was choosing which stories to tell. It was deciding which memories to carry forward and which to bury with the dead. He looked out from their shelter at the vast, uncaring beauty of the night. The wind, their new god, whispered through the grass. It was a sermon with no words, no meaning, no intent. It was simply the sound of the world breathing, and for the first time it sounded like peace. The story was over. The suffering was done. All that was left was the slow, difficult, and beautiful work of beginning again. The end.